Care of the Soul, a guide for cultivating depth and sacredness in everyday life, abridged by Thomas Moore, read by Vincent Bagnall. The great malady of the 20th century, implicated in all our troubles and affecting us individually and socially, is loss of soul. When soul is neglected, it doesn't just go away, it appears symptomatically in obsessions, addictions, violence, and loss of meaning. Our temptation is to isolate these symptoms or to try to eradicate them one by one, but the root problem is that we've lost our wisdom about the soul, even our interest in it. We have today few specialists of the soul to advise us when we succumb to moods and emotional pain, or when as a nation we find ourselves confronting a host of threatening evils. But within our history we do have remarkable sources of insight from people who wrote explicitly about the nature and needs of the soul. And so we can look to the past for guidance in restoring this wisdom. In this book, I will draw on that past wisdom, taking into account how we live now, to show that by caring for the soul, we can find relief from our distress and discover deep satisfaction and pleasure. It is impossible to define precisely what the soul is. Definition is an intellectual enterprise anyway. The soul prefers to imagine. We know intuitively that soul has to do with genuineness and depth, as when we say certain music has soul or a remarkable person is soulful. When you look closely at the image of soulfulness, you see that it is tied to life in all its particulars. Good food, satisfying conversation, genuine friends, and experiences that stay in the memory and touch the heart. Soul is revealed in attachment, love, and community, as well as in retreat on behalf of inner communing and intimacy. Modern psychologies and therapies often contain an unspoken but clear salvational tone. If you could only learn to be assertive, loving, angry, expressive, contemplative, or thin, they imply, your troubles would be over. The self-help book of the Middle Ages and Renaissance, which in some fashion I'm taking as a model, was cherished and revered, but was never great art. It didn't promise the sky. It gave recipes for good living and offered suggestions for practical, down-to-earth philosophy of life. I'm interested in this humbler approach, one that is more accepting of human foibles, and indeed sees dignity and peace as emerging more from that acceptance than from any method of transcending the human condition. Therefore, this book, my own imagination of what a self-help manual could be, is a guide, offering a philosophy of soulful living and techniques for dealing with everyday problems without striving for perfection or salvation. During the 15 years I've been practicing psychotherapy, I have been surprised how much my studies in Renaissance psychology, philosophy, and medicine have contributed to the work, and that influence will be evident in this book as I follow the Renaissance penchant for turning to mythology for insight and cite authors of that time, such as Marsilio Ficino and Paracelsus. And these were practical lovers of wisdom who saw patients regularly, applying their highly imagistic philosophies to the most ordinary matters. I've also taken the Renaissance approach of not separating psychology from religion. Jung, one of our most recent doctors of the soul, said that every psychological problem is ultimately a matter of religion. Thus, this book contains both psychological advice and spiritual guidance. A spiritual life of some kind is absolutely necessary for psychological health, but at the same time, excessive or ungrounded spirituality can also be dangerous, leading to all kinds of compulsive and even violent behavior. In his studies of alchemy, Jung says that the work begins and ends with Mercury. I think his recommendation applies to this book as well. Mercury is the god of fictions and fabrications, of trickery, thievery, and sleight of hand. The self-help idea lends itself to excessive sincerity. I often tell my clients that they should not strive for sincerity so earnestly. A dose of mercury is necessary to keep our work honest. Therefore, to some extent, I see this book as a fiction of self-help. No one can tell you how to live your life. No one knows the secrets of the heart sufficiently to tell others about them authoritatively. We will consider important differences between care and cure. We will look at several common issues in everyday life that offer the opportunity for soul making. Once we stop thinking of them as problems to be solved, then we will try to imagine spiritual life from the point of view of soul, a different perspective that offers an alternative to the usual transcendent ideal that we bring to religion and theology. And finally, we will consider how we could tend the soul by living artfully. Psychology is incomplete if it doesn't include spirituality and art in a fully integrative way. Now, as you read this book, it might be a good idea to abandon any ideas you may have about living successfully and properly and about understanding yourself. The human soul is not meant to be understood. Rather, you might take a more relaxed position and reflect on the way your life has taken shape. Some of the points of view here may be surprising, but surprise is another gift of Mercury. The twisting of a familiar theme into a new shape is sometimes more revealing and ultimately more significant than acquiring new knowledge and a new set of principles. Often when imagination twists the commonplace into a slightly new form, suddenly we see soul where formerly it was hidden. Let us imagine care of the soul, then, as an application of poetics to everyday life. What we want to do here is to reimagine those things we think we already understand. If Mercury is present with his wit and humor, there's a good chance that the soul, as elusive, the ancient poets said, as a butterfly, will make an appearance. Honoring symptoms as a voice of the soul. Once a week, people in the thousands show up for their regular appointment with a therapist. They bring problems they've talked about many times before, problems that cause them intense emotional pain and make their lives miserable. Depending on the kind of therapy employed, the problems will be analyzed, referred back to childhood and parents, or attributed to some key factor, such as the failure to express anger, alcohol in the family, or child abuse. Whatever the approach, the aim will be health or happiness, achieved by the removal of these central problems. Care of the soul is fundamentally a different way of regarding daily life and the quest for happiness. The emphasis may not be on problems at all. One person might care for the soul by buying or renting a good piece of land, another by selecting an appropriate school or program of study, another by painting his house or his bedroom. Care of the soul is a continuous process that concerns itself not so much with fixing a central flaw as with attending to the small details of everyday life, as well as to the major decisions and changes. Care of the soul may not focus on the personality or on the relationships at all, and therefore it is not psychological in the usual sense. Tending the things around us and becoming sensitive to the importance of home, daily schedule, and maybe even the clothes we wear are ways of caring for the soul. When Marsilio Ficino wrote his self-help book, The Book of Life, 500 years ago, he placed emphasis on carefully choosing colors, spices, oils, places to walk, countries to visit, all very concrete decisions of everyday life that day by day either support or disturb the soul. We think of the psyche, if we think about it at all, as a cousin to the brain, and therefore something essentially internal. But ancient psychologists taught that our own souls are inseparable from the world's soul, and that both are found in all the many things that make up nature and culture. So, for the first point to make about care of the soul is that it is not primarily a method of problem solving. Its goal is to give ordinary life the depth and value that come with soulfulness, not to make life problem-free. In a way, it is much more of a challenge than psychotherapy because it has to do with cultivating a richly expressive and meaningful life at home and in society. It is also a challenge because it requires imagination from each of us. And in therapy, we lay our problems at the feet of a professional who is supposedly trained to solve them for us. In care of the soul, we ourselves have both the task and the pleasure of organizing and shaping our lives for the good of the soul. Getting to know the soul. Let us begin by looking at this phrase that I've been using, care of the soul. The word care implies a way of responding to expressions of the soul that is not heroic and muscular. Care is what a nurse does, and nurse happens to be one of the early meanings of the Greek word therapia, or therapy. And we'll see that care of the soul is in many ways a return to early notions of what therapy is. Cura, the Latin word used originally in care of the soul, means several things: attention, devotion, husbandry, adorning the body, healing, managing, being anxious for, and worshiping the gods. It might be a good idea to keep all these meanings in mind as we try to see as concretely as possible how we might make the shift from psychotherapy as we know it today to care of the soul. Soul is not a thing, but a quality or a dimension of experiencing life and ourselves. It has to do with depth, value, relatedness, heart, and personal substance. I do not use the word here as an object of religious belief or as something to do with immortality. When we say that someone or something has soul, we know what we mean. But it's difficult to specify exactly what that meaning is. Care of the soul begins with observance of how the soul manifests itself and how it operates. We can't care for the soul unless we are familiar with its ways. Observance is a word from ritual and religion. It means to watch out for, but also to keep and honor, as in the observance of a holiday. The serve in observance originally referred to tending sheep. Observing the soul, we keep an eye on its sheep, on whatever is wandering and grazing, the latest addiction, a striking dream, or a troubling mood. This definition of caring for the soul is minimalist. It has to do with modest care, not miraculous cure. But my cautious definition has practical implications for the way that we deal with ourselves and with one another. For example, if I see my responsibility to myself, to a friend, or to a patient in therapy as observing and respecting what the soul presents, I won't try to take things away in the name of health. It's remarkable how often people think that they'll be better off without the things that bother them. I need to get rid of this tendency of mine, a person will say. Help me get rid of these feelings of inferiority and my smoking and my bad marriage. If, as a therapist, I did what I was told, I'd be taking things away from people all day long. But I don't try to eradicate problems. I try not to imagine my role to be that of an exterminator. Rather, I try to give what is problematical back to the person in a way that shows its necessity, even its value. When people observe the ways in which the soul is manifesting itself, they are enriched rather than impoverished. They receive back what is theirs, the very thing that they've assumed to be so horrible that it should be cut out and tossed away. When you regard the soul with an open mind, you begin to find the messages that lie within the illness, the corrections that can be found in remorse, and other uncomfortable feelings, and the necessary changes requested by depression and anxiety. Let me give some examples of how we might enrich rather than deprive ourselves in the name of emotional well-being. A 30-year-old woman comes to me for therapy and confesses, I have a terrible time in relationships because I become too dependent. Help me be less dependent. Well, I'm being asked to take some soul stuff away. I should go to my toolbox and take out a scalpel, an extractor, and suction pump. Instead, on the principle of observance, and not inclined in any case to this kind of pilfering, I ask, what is it you find difficult about dependence? It makes me feel powerless. Besides, it isn't good to be too dependent. I should be my own person. Well, how do you know when your dependency is too much? I reply, still trying to speak for the soul's expression of dependency. When I don't feel good about myself. I wonder. I continue in the same direction. If you could find a way to be dependent without feeling disempowered? After all, we all depend on each other every minute of the day. And so the talk continues. The woman admits she has always simply assumed that independence is good and dependence bad. I notice from the conversation that despite all her enthusiasm for independence, she doesn't seem to enjoy much of it in her life. She is identified with the dependency and sees liberation on the other side. She's also unconsciously bought into the prevailing notion that independence is healthy and that we should correct the soul when it shows some desire for dependence. This woman is asking me to help her get rid of the dependent face of her soul. But that would be a move against her soul. The fact that her dependency is making itself felt doesn't mean it should be bludgeoned or surgically removed. It may be asserting itself because it needs attention. Her heroic championing of independence might be a way of avoiding and repressing the strong need of something in her to be dependent. I try offering some words of dependence that don't have the connotations of wimpiness that seem to bother her. Don't you want to be attached to people, learn from them, get close, rely on friendship, get advice from someone you respect, be part of a community where people need each other, find intimacy with someone that is so delicious you can't live without it? Well, of course, she says. Is that dependence? Well, it sounds like it to me, I reply. And like everything else, you can't have it without its shadows, its neediness, inferiority, submission, and loss of control. I had the feeling this woman, as seems often to be the case, was avoiding intimacy and friendship by focusing these qualities into a caricature of excessive dependency. At times, we live these caricatures, thinking we are being masochistically dependent, when what we actually are doing is avoiding deep involvement with people, society, and life in general. Observing what the soul is doing and hearing what it is saying is a way of going with the symptom. The temptation is to compensate, to be drawn toward the opposite of what is presented. A person fully identified with dependency thinks that health and happiness lie in the achievement of independence, but that move into opposites is deceptive. Oddly, it keeps the person in the same problem, only from the opposite side. The wish for independence maintains the split. A homeopathic move, going with what is presented rather than against it, is to learn how to be dependent in a way that is satisfying and not so extreme as to split dependence off from independence. Another way of disowning the soul is merely to dip your toes in the sea of fate. A man came to me depressed and completely dissatisfied with his job. He had been working in a manufacturing shop for 10 years, and all that time he planned his escape. He was going to go to school and enter a profession that he liked. But while he planned and kept his mind continually on his escape, his work in the shop suffered. Years went by, and he was always dissatisfied, hating his job, and wishing for the promised land of his ambitions. "Have you ever thought," I asked him one day, "of being where you are, of entering fully this job that you're putting your time and energy into?" "It's not worth it," he said. "It's beneath me. A robot could do it better." "But you do it every day," I observed, "and you do it badly. And you feel bad about yourself for doing it badly." "You're saying," he said incredulously, "that I should go to this stupid job as if my heart were in it?" "You're in it, aren't you?" He came back in a week to say that something had changed in him as he began to take his stupid job more seriously. It seemed that by entering his fate and emotions, he might begin to taste his life and possibly find a way through his experience and into his ambitions. The sheep of his work fantasies had been wandering everywhere but in the shop. He had been living an alienated and divided life. Observance of the soul can be deceptively simple. You take back what has been disowned. You work with what is rather than what you wish were there. In his poem Notes Toward a Supreme Fiction, the poet Wallace Stevens wrote, "Perhaps the truth depends on a walk around a lake." Therapy sometimes emphasizes change so strongly that people often neglect their own natures and are tantalized by images of some ideal normality and health that may always be out of reach. In reply to Papini, Stevens puts the matter even more broadly in lines that James Hillman has taken as a motto for his psychology. "The way through the world is more difficult to find than the way beyond it." Renaissance philosophers often said that it is the soul that makes us human. We can turn that idea around and note that it is when we are most human that we have greatest access to the soul, and yet modern psychology, perhaps because of its links to medicine, is often seen as a way of being saved from the very messes that most deeply mark human life as human. We want to sidestep negative moods and emotion, bad life choices, and unhealthy habits, but if our purpose is to first observe the soul as it is, then we may have to discard the salvational wish and find deeper respect for what is actually there. By trying to avoid human mistakes and failures, we move beyond the reach of the soul. Sometimes, of course, it can be difficult to honor the soul's dramatic ways of expressing itself. An intelligent and talented young woman once came to me with a complaint that she was having trouble with food. She was embarrassed to bring up this symptom that had been at the center of her life for 3 years. She would eat almost nothing for a few days. Then she would gorge and throw up. The cycle was completely out of her control, and it seemed that it would never end. How do we observe these rights of the soul that are painful and even life-threatening? Does it make sense to give a place to horrible symptoms and hopeless compulsions? Is there any necessity in these extreme states that are beyond all rational control? When I hear a story like this and see a person so distressed, I have to examine carefully my own capacity for observance. Am I repulsed? Do I feel a savior figure rising up in me who will do anything to save this woman from her torment? Or can I understand that even these extraordinary symptoms are the myths, rituals, and poetry of a life? The basic intention in any caring, physical or psychological is to alleviate suffering. But in relation to the symptom itself, observance means first of all listening and looking carefully at what is being revealed in the suffering. An intent to heal can get in the way of seeing. By doing less, more is accomplished. Observance is homeopathic in its workings rather than allopathic, in the paradoxical way that it befriends a problem rather than making an enemy of it. A Taoist tone colors this care without heroics. The Tao Te Ching says, "He brings men back to what they have lost. He helps the 10,000 things find their own nature, but refrains from action." This is a perfect description of one who cares for the soul. It is not easy to observe closely, to take the time and to make the subtle moves that allow the soul to reveal itself further. You have to rely on every bit of learning, every scrap of sense, and all kinds of reading in order to bring intelligence and imagination to work. Yet at the same time, this action through non-action has to be simple, flexible, and receptive. Intelligence and education bring you to the edge, where your mind and its purposes are empty. Many religious rites begin with washing of the hands or sprinkling of water to symbolize the cleansing of intention and the washing away of thoughts and purposes. In our soul work, we could use rites like these, anything that would cleanse our minds of their well-intentioned heroism. The soul of this young woman was portraying its current myth through the imagery of food, and over several weeks we talked about the place of food in her life, in the past and in the present. She talked about her discomfort in the presence of her parents. She wanted to wander around the world. She hated the idea of being home, and yet she was forced for economic reasons to live with her parents. She also had memories of a brother touching her immodestly once, just for a second. She hadn't been abused, but she was extremely sensitive about her body. Our conversations led to the mixed feelings she had had about being a woman. Then one day, she brought me a dream that I thought captured the mystery that was at the heart of her problem. A group of elderly women were preparing a feast outdoors, and they were stewing a great variety of food in huge pots over fires. The dreamer was invited to join the cooking and become one of the women. She bristled at first. She didn't want to be identified with those old gray women in peasant black dresses, but finally joined them. The dream presented this woman with what she was most afraid of, her primordial femininity. Although she enjoyed her long blonde hair and her girlfriends, she profoundly hated having periods and living with the possibility of one day bearing a child. The dream, which I took as promising, assumed the form of a primitive initiation into a mystery closely related to her symptoms, and it seemed to present her with a solution: become acquainted with the ancient and profound roots of womanhood and discover finally how truly to nourish yourself. Even though it took place in sleep, the dream was an effective ritual. Our role was not to interpret the various figures, but to appreciate the significance and importance of the rites. Why would this woman feel so anxious about a crowd of old women standing over great pots of stew? As we talked over her fears about the women and their actions, certain themes in the dreamer's life came to light, such as specific thoughts about her body that disturbed her, and particular women. And particular women in her family she wanted nothing to do with. She talked about her father's affection for her and her mixed feelings about him. It wasn't so much that the dream had a particular meaning that explained her symptoms, but that it generated deeply felt thoughts and memories, all related to the food problems. The dream helped us to feel her drama more intensely and to imagine it more precisely. To feel and imagine may not sound like much, but in care of the soul, there is trust that nature heals, that much can be accomplished by not doing. The assumption is that being follows imagination. If we can see the story we are in when we fall into our various compulsive behaviors and moods, then we might know how to move through them more freely and with less distress. What the great 16th century physician Paracelsus said about healing applies to care of the soul. The physician is only the servant of nature, not her master. Therefore, it behooves medicine to follow the will of nature. In caring for the soul, we imagine that even as troublesome a symptom as bulimia has its own will, and that curing in some way means following that will. Observance has considerable power. If you observe Christmas, you will be affected by that special season precisely because of your observance. The mood and spirit of the time will touch your heart, and over time, regular observance may come to affect you deeply. Or, if you are a pallbearer at a funeral, if you sprinkle dirt or holy water at the grave, your observance places you deep within the experience of burial and death. You may remember that moment vividly for years. You may dream about it for the rest of your life. Simple gestures taking place on the surface of life can be of central importance to the soul. Modern interventional therapy sometimes tries to solve specific problems and can therefore be carried out on a short-term basis. But care of the soul never ends. The alchemists of the Middle Ages seem to have recognized this fact, since they taught their students that every ending is a beginning. All work on the soul takes the form of a circle, a rotatio. People in therapy often say to me, "Aren't you tired of hearing the same things over and over again?" "No," I respond. "I'm quite happy with the old stuff." The life of the soul, as the structure of dreams reveals, is a continual going over and over of the material of life. In memory, we never tire of reflecting on the same events. I spent many summers in my childhood on a farm with an uncle who told stories endlessly. This, I now see, was his method of working the raw material of his life. His way of turning his experience round and round in the rotation that stories provide. And out of that incessant storytelling, I know he found added depths of meaning. Storytelling is an excellent way of caring for the soul. It helps us see the themes that circle in our lives, the deep themes that tell the myths we live. It would take only a slight shift in emphasis in therapy to focus on the storytelling itself rather than on its interpretation. Learning to love the soul. One of the crucial things I've learned from my apprenticeship to James Hillman, the founder of archetypal psychology, is to nurture my curiosity about the ways of the psyche. He claims that a psychologist ought to be a naturalist of the psyche. The professional should always be in the field, as Hillman himself is without respite. In this sense, a psychologist is someone who, like a botanist, is unusually preoccupied with nature, human nature. If this is true in professional psychology, it is also true in the care of the soul that any of us can cultivate. Freud's The Interpretation of Dreams is largely this kind of psychologizing. He analyzes his own dreams and arrives at theory from his self-analysis. He writes as though he is intensely interested in the ways of his own soul. He tells stories and dreams, not unlike my uncle, whose story is also condensed into a theory about life. We could all be Freud to our own experiences. Taking an interest in the soul is a way of loving it. The ultimate cure, as many ancient and modern psychologies of depth have asserted, comes from love and not from logic. Understanding doesn't take us very far in this work, but love, expressed in patient and careful attention, draws the soul in from its dispersion in problems and fascinations. It has often been noted that most, if not all, problems brought to therapists are issues of love. It makes sense, then, that the cure is also love. Taking an interest in one's own soul requires a certain amount of space for reflection and appreciation. And ordinarily we are so identified with the movements of the psyche that we can't stand back and take a good look at them. If we knew the soul better, we might be ready for the conflicts of life. I often have the sense when someone tells me anxiously about some knot they find themselves in, that what they perceive as an impossible and painful situation calling for professional intervention is simply the complexity of human life, once again manifesting itself. Most of us bring to everyday life a somewhat naive psychological attitude in our expectations that our lives and relationships will be simple. Love of the soul asks for some appreciation for its complexity. Often care of the soul means not taking sides when there is a conflict at a deep level. It may be necessary to stretch the heart wide enough to embrace contradiction and paradox. Care of the soul in everyday life. Nature and God I neither knew, yet both so well knew me. They startled like executors of my identity. Emily Dickinson. The myth of family and childhood. Eternity is in love with the productions of time, says William Blake. The soul prospers in an environment that is concrete, particular, and vernacular. It feeds on the details of life, on its variety, its quirks, and its idiosyncrasies. Therefore, nothing is more suitable for care of the soul than family, because the experience of family includes so much of the particulars of life. In a family, you live close to people that otherwise you might not even want to talk to. And over time, you get to know them intimately. You learn their most minuscule, most private habits and characteristics. And family life is full of major and minor crises, the ups and downs of health, success, and failure in career, marriage, and divorce, and all kinds of characters. It is tied to places and events and histories. And with all of these felt details, life etches itself into memory and personality. It's difficult to imagine anything more nourishing to the soul. When things go wrong in society, we immediately inquire into the condition of family life. When we see society torn apart by crime, we cry, if only we could return to the good old days, when family was sacred. But were the good old days so good? Was the family ever free of violence? Many people who come to therapy today were raised in the so-called golden age of the family, and yet they tell stories of abuse, neglect, and terrifying moralistic demands and pressures. Looked at coldly, the family of any era is both good and bad, offering both support and threat. And this is why adults are so often ambivalent about visiting their families and spending time with them. They want the emotional rewards of the sense of connection, but they also want distance from painful memories and difficult relationships. Today, professionals are preoccupied with the dysfunctional family. But to some extent, all families are dysfunctional. No family is perfect, and most have serious problems. A family is a microcosm, reflecting the nature of the world, which runs on both virtue and evil. We may be tempted at times to imagine the family as full of innocence and goodwill, but actual family life resists such romanticism. Usually it presents the full range of human potential, including evil, hatred, violence, sexual confusion, and insanity. In other words, the dynamics of actual family life reveal the soul's complexity and unpredictability, and any attempts to place a veil of simplistic sentimentality over the family image will break down. When I see those three letters DYS, dis in dysfunctional, I think of Dis, the old Roman name for the mythological underworld. Soul enters life from below, through the cracks, finding an opening into life at the points where smooth functioning breaks down. We bring the dysfunctions of family into the therapy room as problems to be solved or as explanations for current difficulties because intuitively we know that the family is one of the chief abodes of soul. In psychology, there is much talk about family, and family therapy has become a major form of counseling. By getting to the root of present problems and family background, we hope to understand what's going on, and in that understanding, we hope to find a cure. But care of the soul doesn't require fixing the family, or becoming free of it, or interpreting its pathology. We may need simply to recover soul by reflecting deeply on the soul events that have taken place in the crucible of the family. According to the Bible, Adam was formed out of the mud of the earth. His parentage, his family, was earthy, moist, dirty, even slimy. And starting with Adam, at our very root, we are not fashioned out of light or fire. We are children of mud. Scholars say that Adam means red earth. Our own families recapitulate this mythic origin of our humanity by being close to the earth, ordinary, a veritable weed patch of human foibles. In studying the mythologies of the world, you always find evil characters in some sort of underworld. Well, the same is true of the family. It always has its shadow. No matter how much we wish otherwise, its functioning is always soiled by dis. The sentimental image of family that we present publicly is a defense against the pain of proclaiming the family for what it is, a sometimes comforting, sometimes devastating house of life and memory. At a certain level, then, it doesn't matter whether one's family has been largely happy, comforting, and supportive, or if there has been abuse and neglect. I'm not saying that these failures are not significant and painful, or that they do not leave horrifying scars. At a deep level, however, family is most truly family in its complexity, including its failures and weaknesses. In my own family, the uncle who was my ideal source of wisdom and morality was also the one who drank excessively and who scandalized the rest by refusing to go to church. In my practice, I've worked with many men and women whose families were intolerably violent and abusive. And yet all that pain has been redeemable, able to become the source of much wisdom and transformation. When we encounter the family from the point of view of the soul, accepting its shadows and its failure to meet our idealistic expectations, we are faced with mysteries that resist our moralism and sentimentality. We are taken down to the earth, where principle gives way to life in all its beauty and horror. Family has many meanings, depending on the context. The sociologist thinks of it as a social group or construct. The psychologist imagines a fount from which personality flows. The politician talks about the family in an idealized way, using the idea of family to represent his traditional program and values. But we all know the family in its particulars. This is the nest in which soul is born, nurtured, and released into life. It has an elaborate history and an ancestry and a network of unpredictable personalities, grandparents, uncles, aunts, cousins. Its stories tell of happy times and tragedies. It has moments of pride and skeletons in its closets. It has its professed values and its carefully constructed image, as well as its secret transgressions and follies. It is remarkable how often the family is experienced on two levels: the facade of happiness and normality, and the behind-the-scenes reality of craziness and abuse. I have heard many stories over the years of families that are picture book perfect on the surface. Family camping, Sunday dinners, trips, gifts, and play. But beneath it all is the remote father, the hidden alcohol, the abuse of a sister, and midnight violence. Television presents this bifurcation with sitcoms of sweet and successful families, followed by news reports of family savagery. Some people believe the images of normality maintain the secret of their family's corruption, wishing they had been born elsewhere in a land of bliss. But recovery of soul begins when we can take to heart our own family fate and find in it the raw material, the alchemical prima materia for our own soul work. For this purpose, family therapy might take the form of simply telling stories of family life, free of any concern for cause and effect or sociological influence. These stories generate a grand local, personal mythology. The family is to the individual what the origins of human life are to the race. Its history provides a matrix of images by which a person is saturated all through adult life. What the Greek, Christian, Jewish, Islamic, Hindu, and African mythologies are to the society, its formative mythology, stories of the family, good and bad, are to the individual. When we talk about family, we are talking about the characters and themes that have woven together to form our identities, which are intricately textured. We might imagine family therapy more as a process of exploring the complexity of our sense of life than of making it simple and intelligible. Care of the soul is not about understanding, figuring out, and making better. Rather, it resuscitates images of family life as an enrichment of identity. To care for the soul of the family, it is necessary to shift from causal thinking to an appreciation for story and character, to allow grandparents and uncles to be transformed into figures of myth, and to watch certain familiar family stories become canonical through repeated tellings. We are so affected by the scientific tone in education and in the media that without thinking we have become anthropologists and sociologists in our own families. Often I will ask a patient about the family, and the answer I get is pure social psychology. My father drank, and as a child of an alcoholic I am prone to. Instead of stories, one hears analysis. The family has been etherized upon a table. Even worse is the social worker or psychologist who begins talking about a patient with a sing-song list of social influences. The subject is a male who was raised in Judeo-Christian family with a narcissistic mother and a codependent father. The soul of the family evaporates in the thin air of this kind of reduction. It takes extreme diligence and concentration to think differently about the family, to appreciate its shadow as well as its virtue, and simply to allow stories to be told without slipping into interpretations, analysis, and conclusions. Professionals think it is their job to understand and correct the family without allowing themselves to be introduced fully to its genius, its unique formative spirit. If we were to observe the soul in the family by honoring its stories, and by not running away from its shadow, then we might not feel so inescapably determined by family influences. Strongly influenced by developmental psychology, we assume we are ineluctably who we are because of the family in which we grew up. What if we thought of the family less as the determining influence by which we are formed, and more the raw material from which we can make a life? In therapy, when I hear a story of an abusing father or uncle, I usually ask for details about this person's life. Is there a story behind his violence? Well, what were other members of the family doing? What stories do they tell, and what secrets do they harbor? A young man, David, once consulted me with the complaint that he just couldn't get along with his mother. I call him a young man because his eternal youth was his most noticeable characteristic. When I first met him, he was 28 years old, but he looked about 16. He lived in an apartment by himself, but spent the weekends at home with his mother. Yet when he was home, he always felt his mother was prying into his affairs, telling him how to live and trying to get him to clean up his room. "You're just like your father," she said to him regularly. She had been divorced for several years. "Are you just like your father?" I asked. He looked surprised. "My mother's the problem," he said, "not my father." "Well, tell me about your father anyway," I said. "He'll never settle down. I see him rarely when he's passing through. He's always on the road, always with a new woman." "Are you just like your father?" "No, I don't even have one woman in my life." "Not even one?" "Well, my mother." He went on to tell me something I hear from the majority of my patients. "I don't want to be like my father." We may have suffered the excesses of one or both of our parents, and so we make the resolution that I am not going to be that way. We make every effort to avoid this parental influence, but the avoidance of parental influence and identification is a sure way to become a carbon copy, the return of the repressed. Usually when we make every effort not to be like our mother or father, there is some particular quality that we want to avoid, having known it too well as a son or daughter. But repression tends to make a wide swath. It's not very precise in its work of ridding the personality of some unwanted quality. David tried not to be like his father, not wanting to have many intimate relationships. He had none. Not wanting to wander around the country aimlessly. He couldn't move far from home. Not wanting to be like his father. He had little trace of fathering of any kind in his own life. I talked to him about his father without making the broad criticisms and judgments that he had made continually, and which kept his affections toward his parents split. I encouraged stories about his father, and over time, a complicated picture emerged of a man who had a childhood much like David's. We began to make sense of his father's wandering for all its neuroticism. In life, David made some efforts to meet with his father and talk to him about his experiences. Discussing it afterward, we discovered that his father was trying too to keep a distance from his son, eventually motivated in part, I think, by a new interest in his father's life. The son insisted on contact and conversation. By not cutting himself off from his father, David could look at himself more directly. Whether he liked it or not, his father's spirit was in him. Out of this spirit he could make a life. He would no longer have to be impoverished by his negative efforts to remain untainted by the family myth. In general, when we try to escape the family's dysfunctions, we fall into complicated, paradoxical tangles. The wish for escape might well be balanced by a relentless bondage to the family, the unconscious assumption, for example, that home is where mother is. A renewed entry into the family, embracing what has previously been denied, often leads to an unexpected alchemy in which even the most difficult family relationships shift enough to make a significant difference. Heroic efforts to make families work, according to some norm, get in the way of this alchemy. It is usually best when caring for the soul to sit with what is there and let your own imagination move. Instead of making empty wishes or attempting heroic changes. Although we talk about the family as though it were a simple literal reality, it is always what we imagine it to be. This imagination can deepen and change over a period of time and unleash some of the soul that has been bound up in resentment and rigidity. I am convinced that David's stories about his father and mother had an effect on his relationship with them. His new, deeper imagining allowed him to pass through his former fixed views so that he could reconnect with his mother and father in ways that he had not known before. They were still the same people, but David found a way to be that was less self-protective and therefore more open to his parents. When we tell stories about the family without judgment and without instant analysis, the literal persons turn into characters in a drama, and isolated episodes reveal themselves as themes in a great saga. Family history is transformed into myth. Whether we know it or not, our ideas about the family are rooted in the ways we imagine the family. That personal family, which seems so concrete, is always an imaginal entity. Part of our alchemical work with soul is to extract myth from the hard details of family history and memory on the principle that increase of imagination is always an increase in soul. With this principle in mind, I want to look at family members as imaginal figures and to offer some suggestions for finding the myths in the ordinary rules of family life. For each individual, the myth will be different, and yet certain characteristics are constant. Every family member evokes the archetypal family. Every family member evokes the archetypal family, the myth in everyday life. The imagination of father, mother, and child is vast, and so I can only give some hints toward a way of developing a family imagination, including some references to literature and mythology that offer a path toward understanding the family more imaginally. Father. One of the most extraordinary mythic stories from our own collective past, a story as sacred as any in religious literature, is about a man trying to reclaim his fatherhood, a wife longing for her husband, and a son out in search of his lost father. At the beginning of Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus is sitting on the seashore in the midst of his unplanned travels, following a long, difficult war, wishing to be home with his son, his father, and the mother of his children. In his longing and melancholy, he asks a famous question. Does any person know who his father is? It's a question many men and women ask in various forms. If my father's dead, or if he was absent and cold, or if he was a tyrant, or if he abused me, or if he was wonderful, but it's not there for me now, then who is my father now? Where do I get these feelings of protection, authority, confidence, know-how, and wisdom that I need in order to live my life? How can I evoke a fatherly myth in a way that will give my life the governance it needs? The story of Odysseus gives us many clues toward finding that elusive father. However, it does not begin, as one might expect, with the father in the throes of his adventures, but with the son, Telemachus, distraught at the havoc created in his house by suitors vying for his mother's affections. The story gives us first an image of absent father neurosis. Without the father, there's chaos, conflict, and sadness. On the other hand, by starting with the unhappiness of Telemachus, the story teaches us that the experience of father includes his absence and the longing for his return. For at the very moment Telemachus is bewailing his situation, Odysseus is on another beach, on the same sea, pining for the same conclusion. If we understand the Odyssey as one of the stories of the soul's fatherhood, then at that very moment when we feel the confusion of a fatherless life, and wonder where he could be, the Father has been evoked. As we wonder where he is finding his way back. During this time of separation, Homer tells us Odysseus' wife, Penelope, is at home weaving a shroud for Odysseus' father, and every night she unravels what she has woven. This is the great mystery of the soul. Whenever something is being accomplished, it is also in some way being undone. A 30-year-old man I worked with who had a conflict-ridden relationship with his father and who found it difficult to father his own life told me in a dream in which his father was hugging him and asking him to remain with him. The son said he had too much to do and had to go away. Later in the dream, his brother came and took all the dreamer's belongings. In this dream, I felt there was a relationship between signs of reconciliation with the father and the loss of belongings, a motive not far from the themes of the Odyssey. Sometimes we may have to feel absence and emptiness in order to evoke the Father. In a similar way, there is something frustrating about the very idea of the Odyssey. Why don't the gods look compassionately on this broken family and allow Odysseus to make a beeline home? What possible value is there in this father taking 10 years on the sea, telling his stories and surviving his risky adventures before he can finally return home and restore peace? The only answer I can think of is that this long, dangerous, adventure-filled journey is the making of the father. Odysseus' return to his family is analogous to the Gnostic stories of the soul descending through the planets to Earth, picking up along the way the qualities it will need for human life. Who is my father? I won't know until the soul has been on its odyssey and returns with its stories of love, sex, death, risk, and afterlife. If I am feeling the absence of fatherhood in my life, I may have to give up the project of forcing fatherhood into my character and instead open myself to my own unplanned and uncontrolled odyssey. For the Greeks, the underworld was the proper home of the soul, and if we are to have depth and soul, we need some relationship to this underworld, or at least a sense of being partly at home there. Odysseus, as we have already seen, needed to acquaint himself with the underworld as part of his fatherhood. Orpheus also visited the underworld and discovered that it is difficult sometimes to return from it. Jesus, too, journeyed to the land of the dead in the time between his death and resurrection, and Dante began his mystical pilgrimage there. The image of underworld in these stories has a relation to actual death, but it also represents the invisible, mysterious, and unfathomable depths of a person or a society. Sometimes one discovers soul and the underworld against one's will. Certain attractive things in the world may act as lures, setting us up for a challenging fall into the depths of self. I once knew a man who owned a successful business and was providing his family with an exceptionally comfortable way of life. One day, he decided to visit a local art gallery, something he had never done before. He was particularly fascinated by some photographs and decided then and there to become a photographer. He sold his business and gave up his income. The photographs he saw that day were like the 100-headed Narcissus, profoundly alluring. On that visit, the earth opened up and his imagination was seized. His wife played the part of Demeter, grieving the loss of a comfortable and familiar life, but for him, the fascination for his art was so great that he allowed his former life to crumble. Parents know how easy it is for their children to be attracted to people and activities that are dangerous and that threaten to lead their children into dark places. To the child, antisocial behavior can be fascinating, while to the parent, such a thing could destroy all their efforts to give the child a sense of values and a decent path in life. We might understand the story of Persephone as the myth of every child, realizing that the child's susceptibility to dark people and places may be a dangerous but sometimes unavoidable way of soul making. I've also known several women who have experienced this myth as a transformation in their lives. One woman I recall had a series of dreams in which a faceless, threatening man was hiding in shadows at the bottom of staircases. She'd been quite innocent, but over a period of 2 years she changed, becoming more complicated and more worldly. Her abduction was from within. Whether the situation is one of an actual mother dealing with her children or any person feeling a strong emotional pull into the depths, the consequent loss of innocence may be painful and disorienting. Patricia Barry describes this maternal grief as a Demeter form of depression. The goddess's loss of interest in clothes, cleanliness, and food mimic the daughter's withdrawal from ordinary life, and the mother's depression is both a sympathetic echo of her daughter's fate and anger at the gods who allowed this to happen. At the beginning of Mass in the Roman Catholic Church, the choir chants, "A child is born to us." Christmas is the celebration of Jesus as infant and divinity entering into the human arena, suggesting not only the childhood of the God, but also the divinity of childhood. Just as the mythic mother is a foundational principle of all life, so the divine child is an aspect of all experience. We find the richness of paradox, a Janus-faced archetype of both power and weakness in play at the same moment. Mythology from many cultures tells of the special child, abandoned by its parents, raised in the wild or by lowly foster parents, and there is in fact an aspect of the child that is utterly exposed to fate, time, and conditions, not protected by being in a more personal context. Yet this exposure is what allows the child to become someone new and powerful. Our own exposure to life is both a threat and an opportunity. In those moments when we feel particularly vulnerable, that child might appear as both defenseless and ready to be prepared for a special role in life. And some modern psychologies see the child within as a figure of creativity and spontaneity, but Jung's child is more complex. We approach the power of this child not by fleeing its vulnerability, but by claiming it. There's a special power associated with the very ignorance and incapacity of the child figure. Children often appear in dreams, wandering down a city street, abandoned, not knowing where to go or how to get help. And this is a condition of the soul's childhood. We may be tempted, upon awakening from such a dream, to resolve never to be so lost and disoriented. But if we are going to acknowledge the child and care for this figure too, without trying to improve upon it, then we have to find a place for wandering, dislocation, and helplessness. These two are the child. In an early essay on the child, Hillman makes the important point that we shy away from the inferiority of this child and try to change it with education, baptism, and growth. He speaks against making a creed out of growth. Sometimes we may need to stop growing. We may need to backstep and regress. Growth so often these days, assumed automatically to be a goal in psychology and in life in general, can become a sentimental value that overlooks the necessity of such things as stagnancy and slippage. The child is not honored if we always expect him to grow up, because a child is not grown up. Every day we use phrases that subtly speak against the child. "I'm being very immature," a person will say self-critically about the expression of some primitive feeling. If you can make that statement without its being a criticism of the child, simply as a matter of fact, then it may be an accurate description of the myth that is being lived at the moment. I am being immature. Immaturity is a part of my nature, but often such a statement means I feel uncomfortable with this sudden, unwanted feeling of immaturity. I want to grow out of it. Or we might say, this is an old problem, going back to childhood. Again, we think of childhood as something to grow out of. It is the cause of all present trouble. If only it had been different. But this rejection of the child is another way to reject oneself, and certainly not to care for the soul. That child who is eternally present in our thoughts and our dreams may be full of weakness and faults, but that is who we are. We are who we are as much because of our gaps and failures as because of our strengths. Besides, the thought that adult problems go back to childhood keeps us in touch with that divinely powerful child and its fertile inferiority. Remember, soul appears most easily in those places where we feel most inferior. Sometimes you hear adults in their 30s and 40s say lightheartedly, "I still don't know what I'm going to be when I grow up." Well, no matter how lightly this common sentiment is stated, the feeling is full of inferiority. What's wrong with me? I should be a success by now. I should be making plenty of money. I should be settled. But in spite of these wishes, the sense of the child who is not yet ready for success and settling is strong. This recognition can be a soulful moment. It bears a melancholic tone that is a signal of soul reflecting on its fate and wondering about its future. It is a potential opening to imagination, and to some extent, this is the power of the child. The child's smallness and inadequacy is the open sesame to a future and to the unfolding of potentiality. Self-love and its myth, Narcissus and narcissism. Mainstream psychology puts a great deal of faith in a strong ego. Ego development and positive self-concept are considered important ingredients of a mature personality, yet narcissism, the habit of focusing attention on oneself rather than the world of objects and of others, is considered a disorder. On the other hand, Jungian psychology, with its emphasis on the unconscious, and archetypal psychology, with its high regard for the non-ego personalities of the psyche, give the impression that the ego is a sinner, literalizing all over the place and generally making a mess. Even in the analysis of dreams, it is tempting to see the ego as always making a mistake. Add religion's long-standing warnings against selfishness and self-love, in which pride is considered one of the cardinal sins, and it begins to look as though there is a moral conspiracy against the ego. The one-sidedness and moralism of the various attacks on narcissism suggests that there may be some soul lying around in this rejected pile of ego and self-love. Anything that bad must have some value in it. Could it be that our righteous rejections of narcissism and love of self cover over a mystery about the nature of the soul's loves? Is our negative branding of narcissism a defense against a demanding call of the soul to be loved? The problem is not just theoretical. I'm often surprised in my therapeutic work when an otherwise mature and discerning adult who is faced with some tough choice collapses everything into the statement, "I can't be selfish." When I explore this weighty moral imperative with the person further, I usually find that it is tied to a religious upbringing. "I was taught never to be selfish," she will say with finality. Well, I notice, however, that while this person insists on her selfishness, she seems in fact to be quite preoccupied with herself. In pursuit of the virtue of selflessness, attention to self can go underground and become an unconscious and corrosive attachment to pet theories and values. Now when I hear someone say, "I don't want to be selfish," I prepare myself for a difficult struggle with the ego. Our common intolerance for narcissism in another is an indication that there is sand in that particular oyster. Our reaction is a signal that this area may hold something of importance. In this sense, narcissism is a shadow quality. Jung explains that. When we meet something of the shadow in another, we often feel repulsed. But that is because we are confronting something in ourselves that we find objectionable, something with which we ourselves struggle, and something that contains qualities valuable to the soul. The negative image we have of narcissism may indicate that self-preoccupation contains something we need so badly that it is surrounded with negative connotations. Our irritated moralism keeps it at bay, but also signals us that soul is present. How then do we preserve the symptom of narcissism, assuming that there is a gold nugget in that clump of dirt? How do we penetrate through the superficial sludge to the deeper necessity? The answer, as we are beginning to recognize by now, is to bring the wisdom of the imagination into play. In the case of narcissism, the path is clearly laid out. We can study the myth of narcissism, after whom the disorder is named. Narcissus. The ancient story of Narcissus, as told in the Metamorphoses of the Roman writer Ovid, is not just a simple story of a boy falling in love with himself. It has many subtle telling details. Ovid tells us, for instance, that Narcissus was the son of a river god and a nymph. In mythology, parentage can often be taken as holding poetic truths. And apparently there's something essentially liquid or watery about Narcissus, and by extension, about our own narcissism. When we are narcissistic, we are not on solid ground or earth or thinking clearly or caught up in passion. Somehow, if we follow the myth, we are dreamlike, fluid, not clearly formed, more immersed in a stream of fantasy than secure in a firm identity. Another detail that appears at the opening of the story is the prophecy of Tiresias, the renowned seer. "He will live to a ripe old age," he pronounces about Narcissus, "provided he never comes to know himself." Now this is a strange foretelling. It indicates that the story is about knowing oneself as well as loving oneself, and that self-knowledge will lead to death. And this aspect of the myth gives the impression that we are in a realm of mystery rather than simple syndrome. The next we hear of him, Narcissus is 16 and so lovely that many young people are attracted to him. But he is filled with a hard pride, Ovid says, and no one can truly get through to him. One nymph who falls in love with him, Echo, has her own particular qualities. She can only speak words and phrases she has just heard from someone else. One day Narcissus loses sight of his friends and cries out, "Is anyone here?" "Here," Echo answers. "Let's meet here," Narcissus says. "Meet here," Echo responds, but when she approaches him, Narcissus backs away. "I would die before I would give my power to you," he says. "I would give my power to you," she says in her own way. In her grief, feeling rejected and frustrated, Echo then loses her body and becomes a mere voice. In this early episode, we see Narcissus before he has attained self-knowledge. He presents an image of narcissism that has not yet found its mystery. Here we see the symptom, a self-absorption and containment that allows no connections of the heart. It is hard as rock and repels all approaches of love. Obsessive but not genuine, self-love leaves no room for intimacy with another. The echoing aspect of narcissism, the feeling that everything in the world is only a reflection of oneself, doesn't want to give away power. To respond to another or to an object in the outside world would endanger the fragile sense of power which that tight defensive insistence on oneself maintains. Like all symptomatic behavior, narcissism reveals in the very things it insists on exactly what it lacks. The narcissistic person asks over and over again, "Am I doing all right?" Where the message is, no matter what I do or how much I try to force it, I can't get to the place where I feel that I'm doing okay. In other words, the narcissist's display of self-love is in itself a sign that he can't find a way adequately to love himself. In Jungian language, we could recognize the boyish side of the psyche in Narcissus. Distant, cold, self-contained. Echo is the anima, the soul in desperate need of attachment to the boyish beauty. But in the presence of Narcissus, the soul shrivels into an echoing voice. Narcissism has no soul. In narcissism, we take away the soul's substance, its weight and importance, and reduce it to an echo of our own thoughts. There is no such thing as the soul, we say. It is only the brain going through its electrical and chemical changes, or it is only behavior, or it is only memory and conditioning. In our social narcissism, we also dismiss the soul as irrelevant. We can prepare a city or national budget, but leave the needs of the soul untended. Narcissism will not give its power to anything as nymph-like as the soul. But fortunately, the story goes on. One of the young people scorned by Narcissus offers a curse. May he fall in love and not have what he loves. This is a curse we might well utter under our breath when we feel that cold haughtiness of narcissism around us. A frustrated lover says, I hope one day you find out what it's like to love someone and not have it returned. We sense the chill of soullessness and utter a curse, which, like the prophecy of Tiresias in the story, is actually a blessing in disguise. If the curse works, the person might be changed. In myth, curses are sometimes fulfilled dramatically. In this case, the goddess Nemesis hears the prayer and decides to answer it. This leads us to the next phase of the story, which at first glance looks as though it concerns punishment for pride. Narcissus is about to have a transforming, life-threatening, psychotic episode at a pool of water. The intervention of a god, however, may signal a breaking up of symptomatic behavior, the neurosis beginning to dissolve in painful disorientation. The divine breaking up of narcissism may be expected to center on self-knowledge and self-love. Identity may become even more confused and fluid. As the story continues, the young man approaches a pool of water so still and smooth that it has never been disturbed by either human or animal. It is surrounded by a cool, dark grove of trees. As Narcissus puts his head into the water to get a drink, he sees his image in the water, and his attention is frozen. Ovid describes Narcissus as fascinated by this visage that looks as though it were carved from marble, and especially by the ivory neck. Like the young people who desired him before, Narcissus feels a great yearning to possess this form. He reaches into the water, but he can't get hold of it. What are you looking for, says Ovid, is nowhere. Turn your head away, and what you love will be lost. Here we see the beginning of the symptoms fulfillment. Narcissism, that absorption in oneself that is soulless and loveless, turns gradually into a deeper version of itself. It becomes a true stillness, a wonder about oneself, a meditation on one's nature. For the first time, the narcissist reflects a major image in the story on himself. Formerly, his preoccupation with himself was empty, but now it stirs wonder. In symptomatic narcissism, there is no reflection and no wonder. But now, as it undergoes transformation into a deeper version of itself, the narcissism takes on more substance. The narcissist may love to see himself in an actual mirror, but only at a moment of transformation into soul does he enjoy a deeper inner reflection. Like Narcissus, he needs an image of himself for his meditation, something far more effective and soulful than the literal mirror image used for more shallow acts of self-approval. Love's initiations. Love is a kind of madness, Plato said, a divine madness. Today we talk about love as though it were primarily an aspect of relationship, and also, to a great degree, as if it were something within our control. We're concerned about how to do it right, how to make it successful, how to overcome its problems, and how to survive its failures. Many of the problems people bring into therapy involve the high expectations and the rock-bottom experiences of love. It is clear that love is never simple, that it brings with it struggles of the past and hopes for the future, and that it is loaded with material that may be remotely, if at all, connected to the person who is the apparent object of love. We sometimes talk about love lightly, not acknowledging how powerful and lasting it can be. We always expect love to be healing and whole, and then are astonished to find that it can create hollow gaps and empty failures. Going through a divorce is often a long and painful process that never truly ends. Often we never know completely if we've done the right thing, and even if we enjoy some peace of mind about the decision, memory and attachment continue to persist, if only in dreams. People are also tortured emotionally about love that was never expressed. A woman cries whenever she thinks of her father going into surgery the last time she saw him. She felt a strong urge within herself to tell him that she loved him, even though their relationship had been strained all her life. But she held back, and then it was too late. Her remorse is bitter and persistent. In his Symposium, his great book on the nature of love, Plato called love the child of fullness and emptiness. Each of these aspects somehow accompanies the other. Our love of love, and our high expectations that it will somehow make life complete, seem to be an integral part of the experience. Love seems to promise that life's gaping wounds will close up and heal. It makes little difference that in the past, love has shown itself to be painful and disturbing. There is something self-renewing in love. Like the goddesses of Greece, it is able to renew its virginity in a bath of forgetfulness. I suppose we do learn some things about love each time we experience it. In the failure of a relationship, we resolve never to make the same mistakes again. We get toughened to some extent and perhaps become a little wiser. But love itself is eternally young and always manifests some of the folly of youth. So maybe it is better not to become too jaded by love's suffering and dead ends, but rather to appreciate that emptiness as part of love's heritage, and therefore its very nature. It isn't necessary to make strong efforts to avoid past mistakes or to learn how to be clever about love. The advance we make after we have been devastated by love may be to be able simply to enter into it freely once again, in spite of our suspicions, to draw ever closer to the darkness and hollowness that are mysteriously necessary in love. It may be useful to consider love less as an aspect of relationship and more as an event of the soul. This is the point of view taken in ancient handbooks. There is no talk about making relationships work, although there is celebration of friendship and intimacy. The emphasis is on what love does to the soul. Does it bring broader vision? Does it initiate the soul in some way? Does it carry the lover away from earth to an awareness of divine things? Ficino says, what is human love? What is its purpose? It is the desire for union with a beautiful object in order to make eternity available to mortal life. It is a fundamental teaching of the Neoplatonists that earthly pleasures are an invitation to eternal delights. Ficino says that these things of ordinary life that enchant us toward eternity are magical decoys. In other words, what appears to be a fully earthly relationship between two human individuals is at the same time a path toward far deeper experiences of the soul. Love confuses its victims because its work in the soul does not always coincide in every detail with the apparent tempos and requirements of relationship. The early romantic German poet Novalis put it quite simply. Love, he says, was not made for this world. Freud offers one way of turning our focus in love away from the contingencies of life and toward the soul. He says that love always involves a transference to the present relationship of early family patterns. Father, mother, brother, and sister are always implicated in love as invisible but influential presences. Freud turns our attention toward deeper fantasies that wake into action when love stirs. Of course, we can read Freud reductionistically as saying that the present love is only an old love resurrected. Or we can be invited by Freud to consider how love makes the soul fertile with memories and images. We can understand Freud to be reminding us that love ushers in a whole community of people. I recall a dream I had about 15 years ago. I was in a large bedroom with a beautiful woman whom I didn't know from life. I wanted to turn off the bright lights, which were a distraction. I found a long light switch on the wall with about 20 buttons on it. As I pressed one, some lights would go out and others would go on. I pushed and pushed those buttons, but I couldn't achieve the darkness I wanted. Finally, I gave up. Then crowds of people began to come into the bedroom. It was hopeless. I couldn't have the darkness or privacy I craved. There is something about being in love that wishes for blindness, pure absorption, and freedom from complexity. In that dream, I didn't want all the other figures of the soul to have any part in this opportunity for plain, unadulterated love. Nor did I want any light. I wanted pure unconsciousness, absolute darkness. In fact, as love between people becomes more complex, it feels like a sacrifice to entertain thoughts about each other and about what is going on. It isn't easy to allow the soul to enter with its history and its other complexities. I once worked with a woman who was about to be married. During that time, she had a series of disturbing dreams in which her brother kept interfering with her wedding. He was in love with her, and he was determined to destroy this marriage that would end his intimacy with his sister. The woman told me she also had waking images about loving her brother and wishing she could marry both him and her fiancé. What was particularly interesting about the intensity of her feelings was that in life she had no brother. He was a strong, active, interfering figure of her soul. Apparently, he was giving her the opportunity to reflect and question. In Jungian terms, he acted as a valuable animus figure, offering criticism and pause. He was also a representative of the soul, reminding her that human love is not as simple as it appears. In his essay on marriage, Jung says that love always involves four persons: the person, the lover, the anima, and the animus. But these dreams suggest that many more are involved and may be present on the wedding night. A general principle we can take from Freud is that love sparks imagination into extraordinary activity. Being in love is like being in imagination. The literal concerns of everyday life, yesterday such a preoccupation, now practically disappear in the rush of love's daydreams. Concrete reality recedes as the imaginal world settles in. Thus, the divine madness of love is akin to the mania of paranoia and other dissociations. Does this mean that we need to be cured of this madness? Robert Burton, in his massive self-help book of the 17th century, The Anatomy of Melancholy, says there is only one cure for the melancholic sickness of love. Enter into it with abandon. Some authors today argue that romantic love is such an illusion that we need to distrust it and keep our wits about us so that we are not led astray. But warnings like this betray a distrust of the soul. We may need to be cured by love of our attachment to life without fantasy. Maybe one function of love is to cure us of an anemic imagination, a life emptied of romantic attachment and abandoned to reason. Love releases us into the realm of divine imagination where the soul is expanded and reminded of its unearthly cravings and needs. We think that when a lover inflates his loved one, he is failing to acknowledge her flaws. Love is blind, but it may be the other way around. Love allows a person to see the true angelic nature of another person. The halo, the aureole of divinity. Certainly from the perspective of ordinary life, this is madness and illusion. But if we let loose our hold on our philosophies and psychologies of enlightenment and reason, we might learn to appreciate the perspective of eternity that enters life as madness, Plato's divine frenzy. Love brings consciousness closer to the dream state. In that sense, it may reveal more than it distorts, as a dream reveals poetically, suggestively, and admittedly obscurely. If we were to appreciate truly the Platonic theory of love, we might also learn to see other forms of madness, such as paranoia and addiction, as evidence of the soul's reaching toward its proper yearnings. Platonic love is not love without sex. It is love that finds in the body and in human relationship a route toward eternity. In his book on love, Convivium, his answer to Plato's Symposium, Ficino, who is credited with coining the phrase Platonic love, says concisely, the soul is partly in eternity and partly in time. Love straddles these two dimensions, opening a way to live in both simultaneously. But incursions of eternity into life are usually unsettling, for they disturb our plans and shake the tranquility we have achieved with earthly reason. Love's shadows. Unless we deal with the shadow of love, our experience of it will be incomplete. A sentimental philosophy of love, embracing only the romantic and the positive, fails at the first sign of shadow. Thoughts of separation, the loss of faith and hope in the relationship, or unexpected changes in the partner's values. Such a partial view also presents impossible ideals and expectations. If love can't match these ideals, it is destroyed for being inadequate. I like to keep in mind that in the heritage of our literature and art, love is portrayed as a child, often with eyes blindfolded or as an unruly adolescent. By nature, love feels inadequate, but this inadequacy rounds out the wide range of love's emotions. Love finds its soul in its feelings of incompleteness, impossibility, and imperfection. As a therapist, I am only too familiar with the shadows of love. A person comes into therapy with the sincere intention of getting care and cure, then he or she falls in love with the therapist. The very situation, regular meetings, a private room, intimate talk. The patient feels tormented by the strong emotions that find little, if any, response in the therapist. "Why don't you tell me about your life?" a patient will say in despair. "You sit there safe and comfortable, aloof, protected by your professionalism, and I spill my guts. I make myself vulnerable and love you, but you don't love me. I'm one in a string of lovers. You must be a voyeur." Well, we easily fall into fantasies of love with certain people, especially those in certain professions. Teachers, managers, nurses, and secretaries. To the soul, this love is real, but in the context of life, it doesn't have much relevance. Love is elicited in therapy, in medicine, and in education by the caring conversation, the intimate confessions, and by the listening alone. Listening to another and caring for their welfare can be such a comforting experience that the magic aureole of love descends when no one is looking. Communal love. One of the strongest needs of the soul is for community. But community, from the soul point of view, is a little different from its social forms. Soul yearns for attachment, for variety in personality, for intimacy and particularity. So it is these qualities in community that the soul seeks out, and not like-mindedness and uniformity. There are many signs in our society that we lack a sufficiently deep experience of community. There is the energetic search for a community as people try one church after another, hoping to have their unnameable hunger for community satisfied. They bemoan the breakdown of family and neighborhoods, longing for a past golden age when intimacy could be found at home or on the city block. Loneliness is a major complaint and is responsible for deep-seated emotional pain that leads to despair and a consideration of suicide. I knew a woman who was gregarious, a good conversationalist, and interested in many things. She was always doing things and going places, but at night, when she could no longer distract herself, the demon of her loneliness appeared, and she couldn't sleep. She was the vice president of a large corporation, and still she suffered her loneliness at home so intensely that she began having thoughts of suicide. She always talked about how wonderful people were and how much she enjoyed being surrounded by friends, but it seemed to me that she was insisting too much on this point, as though she only wished it were so. And one day she told me a story about visiting an old friend. At the end of their conversation, the friend tried to embrace her, but she drew back. It wasn't appropriate, she thought, for this woman to show affection publicly. She wondered if her friend was bisexual and was making a pass. The story made me think that this woman's loneliness had nothing to do with the number of people in her life and everything to do with a kind of moralistic self-protection. Later she told me another story. She was at a party on a beach with a large group of people. As usual, she was making herself useful, preparing the food and taking people's plates. When the group began involving everyone in songs and skits, she drifted to the back and into the darkness, but someone spotted her and dragged her to the center. She knew she could make an excuse and get away, but something in her let loose, and she began to sing a simple song she knew from childhood. She had never done anything like this before, and she was embarrassed, but the group loved it, and afterward she felt she had had a breakthrough in her loneliness. She had come down from her moralism and her ideals of community into a genuine and unprotected experience of it. Loneliness can be the result of an attitude that community is something into which one is received. Many people wait for members of a community to invite them in, and until that happens, they are lonely. There may be something of the child here who expects to be taken care of by the family, but a community is not a family. It is a group of people held together by feelings of belonging, and those feelings are not a birthright. Belonging is an active verb, something we do positively. In one of his letters, Ficino makes the remark, "The one guardian of life is love. But to be loved, you must love. A person oppressed by loneliness can go out into the world and simply start belonging to it, not by joining organizations, but by living through feelings of relatedness to other people, to nature, to society, to the world as a whole. Relatedness is a signal of soul, and by allowing the sometimes vulnerable feelings of relatedness, soul pours into life and doesn't have to insist on itself symptomatically. Like all activities of the soul, community has its connection to death and the underworld. And Christianity talks about the community of saints, meaning all people, present and past, to whom we are related by reason of the human community. From the point of view of the soul, the dead are as much a part of the community as the living. In a similar spirit, Jung makes a mysterious comment in the prologue to his memoirs. Other people are established inalienably in my memories, only if their names were entered into the scrolls of my destiny from the beginning, so that encountering them was at the same time a kind of recollection. Outward community flourishes when we are in touch with the inner persons who crowd our dreams and waking thoughts. To overcome loneliness, we might consider releasing these inner figures into life, like the one who wants to sing or cuss in anger, or is more sensual or more critical or even more needy than I would like to admit. To admit who I am is to admit those people into life, so that the inner community serves as a start for the sense of belonging in life. I remember people I met for the first time because I am in touch with the archetypal world of my imagination. And on the basis of that self-knowledge, I can love anyone I meet and be loved in return. The roots of community are immeasurably deep, and the process of belonging, dealing actively with loneliness, begins in the depth of the soul. Love keeps the soul on the track of its fate and keeps consciousness at the edge of the abyss of the infinity that is the range of the soul. This doesn't mean that relationships between people are not important to the soul's loves, quite the opposite. Recognizing the importance of love to the soul, our ordinary human loves are ennobled beyond measure. This family, this friend, this lover, this mate is the manifestation of the motivating force of life itself and is the fountain of love that keeps the soul alive and full. There is no way toward divine love except through the discovery of human intimacy and community. One feeds the other. Care of the soul then requires an openness to love's many forms. It is no accident that so many of the troubles we bring to therapy have their roots or manifestations in love. It may help us in those times of trouble to remember that love is not only about relationship, it is also an affair of the soul. Disappointments in love, even betrayals and losses, serve the soul at the very moment they seem in life to be tragedies. The soul is partly in time and partly in eternity. We might remember the part that resides in eternity when we feel despair over the part that is in life. Jealousy and envy, healing poisons. Even though care of the soul is not about changing, fixing, adjusting, and making better, still we have to find a way to live with our disturbing feelings, such as jealousy and envy. These emotions can be so sickening and corrosive that we don't want to leave them raw, wallowing in them for years and getting nowhere with them. But what can we do short of trying to get rid of them? A clue is to be found in the very distaste we feel for them. Anything so difficult to accept must have a special kind of shadow in it, a germ of creativity shrouded in a veil of repulsion. As we have so often found in matters of the soul, the most unworthy pieces turn out to be the most creative. The stone the builders reject becomes the cornerstone. Both envy and jealousy are common experiences. They are entirely different feelings. One, a desire for what another person has. The other, fear that the other person will take what we have. But they both have a corrosive effect on the heart. Either emotion can make a person feel ugly. There's nothing noble in either of them. At the same time, a person may feel oddly attached to them. The jealous person takes some pleasure in his suspicions, and the envious person feeds on his desire for what others possess. Mythology suggests that both envy and jealousy are rooted deeply in the soul. Even the gods become jealous. Euripides' Hippolytus, for instance, is based on the myth of a young man who is exclusively devoted to the pure goddess Artemis. Aphrodite is bitterly upset about his single-mindedness and his disdain for the part of life she tends, chiefly love and sex. Enraged and jealous, Aphrodite causes Hippolytus' stepmother, Phaedra, to fall in love with him. Naturally, all kinds of complications and mayhem ensue. In the end, Hippolytus is trampled to death by his horses, panicked by a giant bull-shaped wave created in the sea by Aphrodite. This form of demise has a certain poetic justice. Since Hippolytus had been more devoted to his horses, animals that reflect his nervous energy and spirit, than to people, especially women. In Greek tragedy, the gods and goddesses address us directly. At the opening of Euripides' play about Hippolytus, Aphrodite confesses, "I stir up trouble for any who ignore me or belittle me and who do it out of stubborn pride." Well, here we find a Freudian observation from the 5th century BC. Repress sexuality and you are in for trouble. We learn from the goddess's mouth that the deepest point in our sexuality can be disturbed when we, our consciousness and intentionality, do not give it the response it requires. Artemis, too, has her own feelings of jealousy. Near the end of the play, she declares with reference to Aphrodite, "I will choose some great favorite of hers and drop him with the bend of my bow." Hippolytus presents a typical format for jealousy, a triangle. In this case, two goddesses and a mortal. It hints that although ordinary life is the focus of jealous emotions, great mythic themes are also implicated. We tend to think of jealousy as an emotion we can control with understanding and will, and we try to do our best with it, but in spite of our efforts, the human soul proves to be an arena in which great struggles, far deeper than rational understanding can reach, play themselves out. Jealousy feels so overwhelming because it is more than a surface phenomenon. Whenever it appears, issues and values are being sorted out deep in the soul, and all we can do is try not to identify with the emotions and simply let the struggle work itself out. Jealousy. If the sacred arts of tragedy and mythology tell us that the gods are jealous, then we can imagine that there is a necessity to this emotion's fitting into the divine scheme of things. Jealousy is not simply insecurity or emotional instability. If the gods are jealous, then our experience of jealousy is archetypal, not completely explained by relationship or personality or family background. The tension we feel in jealousy may be that of much greater worlds colliding than can be seen by looking only at our personal situations. A first step toward finding the soul in jealousy is to think mythologically, to consider what great context there may be for the intense emotions and profound restructuring that we feel in these times. The story of Hippolytus gives us a hint about the purpose of jealousy. Here was a man who routinely and consciously neglected a goddess whose task it is to foster an extremely important dimension of human life, love, sex, beauty, and the body. It's all right, the goddess declares, to be devoted to artemistic purity and self-sufficiency, but desire for another is also valid and important. Aphrodite's jealous anger and the young man's undoing arise because he neglects her necessity. His monotheistic focus on one divine mystery, moral purity, and gender exclusiveness, abuses another. Hippolytus's offense is to deny the polytheistic requirements of the soul. Thinking mythologically, we might imagine our own pain, paranoid suspicions, and jealous rages as the complaint of a god who is receiving insufficient attention. We may be like Hippolytus, sincerely and honestly devoted to principles that we consider absolute, while unknown to us, other different, seemingly incompatible demands are also coming our way. Hippolytus's haughty purity and vitriolic hatred of women can be seen as his refusal to open himself to a world other than that which he has come to love and admire. In the end, he is destroyed by the very animals who represent his self-sufficient spirit. His high-minded monotheism kills him. He's too pure, too simple, too resistant to the tensions that exist from the complex demands that life places on the heart. When jealousy stirs, often a complicated, subtle person is revealed to be also a purist and moralist. Jealousy is demanding surrender to a new claim on the soul, while in defense the individual has taken refuge in moralism. So still we have to keep in mind that jealousy is an archetypal tension, a collision of two valid needs, in the case of Hippolytus, the need for purity and the need for intermingling, Artemis and Aphrodite. We don't want to turn against Artemis in our efforts to rid ourselves of jealousy or outwit it. The idea is more to create enough space and summon enough holding power to let these two divinities work out some arrangement for coexistence. And that's the point in polytheism, and one of the primary ways to go about caring for the soul. But jealousy, like all emotions tinted with shadow, can be a blessing in disguise, a poison that heals. Euripides' play can be seen as a story about curing artemistic pride. Hippolytus, rigid and closed, is torn apart. That is, his spiritual neurosis is healed by becoming unraveled. The end appears tragic, but tragedy, even in everyday life, can be a form of valuable restructuring. It is painful and in some ways destructive, but it also puts things in a new order. The only way out of jealousy is through it. We may have to let jealousy have its way with us and do its job of reorienting fundamental values. Its pain comes, at least in part, from opening up to unexplored territory and letting go of old familiar truths in the face of unknown and threatening new possibilities. Envy, similar to jealousy in the way it jabs at the heart, is envy. Now, one of the 7 deadly sins, and clearly serious shadow material. Once again, we ask a difficult question. How do you care for the soul when it is presenting itself in the green ooze of envy? Can we give this deadly sin an open-minded hearing? Can we perceive what the soul wants when it wrenches us with longing for what another person has? Envy can be consuming. It can crowd out every other thought and emotion with its pungency. It can make a person distracted, touched, as we say, aching for the life, position, and possessions of others. My neighbors have happiness, money, success, children. Why don't I? My friend has a good job, looks, luck. What's wrong with me? There may be a good dose of self-pity and envy, but it's the longing that is so bitter. Although envy may appear to be filled with ego, it's not fundamentally an ego problem. Envy eats away at the heart. If anything, the ego is the object of envy's corrosive power. No, it is not an excess of ego. It's an activity of the soul, a painful process in the soul's alchemy. The ego problem is how to respond to envy, how to react to the sickening wishes it inspires. In the face of envy, our task, which should not surprise us by now, is to find out what it wants. Compulsions are always made up of two parts, and envy is no exception. On the one hand, envy is a desire for something, and on the other, it is a resistance to what the heart actually wants. In envy, desire and self-denial work together to create a characteristic sense of frustration and obsessiveness. And although envy feels masochistic, the envious person thinks he's the victim of bad fortune. It also involves strong willingness in the form of resistance to fate and character. In the thick of envy, one is blind to one's own nature. Of course, wherever there is obvious masochism, sadism hides nearby. The sadist in envy fights fervently against the deal fate has handed him. He feels deprived and cheated, and because he is so out of touch with the potential value of his own fate, he has elaborate fantasies of others being blessed with good fortune. The point in caring for the envious soul is not to get rid of the envy, but to be guided back by it into one's own fate. The pain in envy is like pain in the body. It makes us stop and take notice of something that has gone wrong and needs attention. What has gone wrong is that our close-up vision has been blurred. Envy is hyperopia of the soul, an inability to see what is closest to us. We fail to see the necessity and value in our own lives. I once knew a woman who suffered for years from excruciating, exquisite, unrelenting envy. She worked hard all day at her factory job, trying to make her life better, and then she hid out at night in her house. She couldn't bear to behold what full lives people around her were living. She felt unconsolably lonely and utterly miserable. Over and over she described her friends' happiness in great detail. She knew everything good that happened to them. Whenever word came of some new success or boon to any of her friends, she went into shock. Another nail pounded into the chest of envious thoughts she carried with her at all times. Her friends had money, good families, fulfilling work, companionship, and great sex. Listening to her, you got the impression the entire world was blissfully happy, while she alone bore the burden of loneliness and poverty. The hidden side of masochism is willful tyranny. The misery of this woman's envy veiled her rigidity. Those very friends whom she envied, she also judged without mercy. In her own family, she hovered over her two sons who were in their 30s and tried to control their every move. She appeared to be selfless in giving her whole life to their welfare and in depriving herself, but she also took pleasure in being in charge of someone else's life. Her envy mirrored her preoccupation with the lives of others and the neglect of her own. When she came to me for help with her envy, I thought I might invite it in and hear what it had to say. She, of course, claimed she wanted me to find a clever way out of it, but envy is like jealousy in that the person is actually attached to it and would like everyone else to be drawn into it. A person talking about envy is like a religious missionary trying to win converts. Behind the stories of envy is the message, "Aren't you as outraged as I am?" But I didn't want to get caught in her sense of outrage. I wanted to know what the envy was doing there and what it had in mind. Once she began to speak more honestly about her home life and more realistically about her friends, who experienced as much misfortune as anyone might, the whining tone of envy in her voice gave way to something more solid and sober. She could then take more responsibility for her situation and over time eventually improve it. In both jealousy and envy, fantasies are potent and utterly captivating, yet they float in an atmosphere somehow removed from actual life. These fantasies are illusions, images kept at bay so they can't touch life directly. But dwelling in an imaginary life is a way of avoiding soul. Soul is always attached to life in some way. As symptoms, jealousy and envy keep life at a safe distance, as invitations to soul, they both offer ways into one's own heart where love and attachment can be reclaimed. The fact that jealousy and envy are both resistant to reason and to human efforts to eradicate them is a blessing. They ask us for a deeper diving into the soul, beyond ideas of health and happiness and into mystery. It is the gods who become jealous and envious, and only by touching that deep place of divine activity can the individual make a response that is transforming, that takes him to an unfamiliar place where the mythical impulse stirs. Ultimately, these troublesome emotions offer a path to a life experienced with greater depth, maturity, and flexibility. Our task is to care for the soul, but it is also true that the soul cares for us. So the phrase care of the soul can be heard in two ways. In one sense, we do our best to honor whatever the soul presents to us. In the other, the soul is the subject who does the caring. Even in its pathology, and maybe especially then, the soul cares for us by offering a way out of a narrow secularism. Its suffering can only be relieved by the reestablishment of a particular mythical sensibility. Therefore, its suffering initiates a move toward increased spirituality. Ironically, pathology can be a route to soulful religion. The soul and power. In the soul, power doesn't work the same way as it does in the ego and will. When we want to accomplish something egoistically, we gather our strength, develop a strategy, and apply every effort. This is the kind of behavior James Hillman describes as heroic or Herculean. He means the word in the bad sense, using brute strength and narrow rationalistic vision. The power of the soul, in contrast, is more like a great reservoir, or in traditional imagery, like the force of water in a fast-rushing river. It is natural, not manipulated, and stems from an unknown source. Our role with this kind of power is to be an attentive observer, noticing how the soul wants to thrust itself into life. It is also our task to find artful means of articulating and structuring that power, taking full responsibility for it, but trusting, too, that the soul has intentions and necessities that we may understand only partially. So neither ego-centered will on the one hand, nor pure passivity on the other, serve the soul. Soul work requires both much reflection and also hard work. Think of all the ancient cultures that poured masses of money, materials, and energy into pyramids, megaliths, temples, and cathedrals on behalf of sacred play or holy imagination. The trick is to find the soulful perspective that feeds action with both passion and imaginal contemplation. What is the source of soul power, and how can we tap into it? I believe it often comes from unexpected places. It comes first of all from living close to the heart and not at odds with it. Therefore, paradoxically, soul power may emerge from failure, depression, and loss. The general rule is that soul appears in the gaps and holes of experience. It is usually tempting to find some subtle way of denying these holes or distancing ourselves from them. But we have all experienced moments when we've lost a job or endured an illness, only to find an unexpected inner strength. Other sources of deep-rooted power are simply concrete peculiarities of personality or body or circumstances. One person has a deep, resonant voice that takes him places in the world. Another is clever, intelligent in his own way, and imaginative. Some people have a sexual attractiveness that doesn't have to be exploited in order to bring power into life. Sometimes a young person in need of power will look to conventional places for it and overlook her own inherent qualities. She tries self-consciously to talk smoothly and to appear comfortable, when in fact she's anxious and full of self-doubt. The assumption in some quarters is that if you can affect a cool appearance, power is sure to follow. But these crude evocations of strength and confidence inevitably fall apart, and the person is immersed even more deeply in a vat of insecurity. Writers are taught to write what you know about. The same advice applies to the quest for the power of the soul. Be good at what you're good at. Many of us spend time and energy trying to be something that we're not. But this is a move against the soul, because individuality rises out of the soul as water rises out of the depths of the earth. We are who we are because of the special mix that makes up our soul. In spite of its archetypal universal contents, for each individual the soul is highly idiosyncratic. Power begins in knowing this special soul, which may be entirely different from our fantasies about who we are or who we want to be. A friend once introduced me to an audience I was about to lecture. "I'm going to tell you," he said to the group, "what Tom isn't. He isn't an artist. He isn't a scholar. He isn't a philosopher. He isn't—" I felt somewhat mortified hearing all these things I wasn't. At the time I was teaching at a university and was supposed to give the illusion, at least, that I was a scholar. Yet I knew I wasn't. My friend's unusual introduction was wise and absolutely correct. Maybe we could all use an emptying out of identity now and then. Considering who we are not, we may find the surprising revelation of who we are. Again, the Tao Te Ching, that absolute testament of soulful emptiness, says in words that also echo sayings of Jesus, "When twisted, you'll be upright. When hollowed out, you'll be full." Soulful emptiness is not anxious. In fact, power pours in when we sustain the feeling of emptiness and withstand temptations to fill it prematurely. We have to contain the void. Too often we lose this pregnant emptiness by reaching for substitutes for power. A tolerance of weakness, you might say, is a prerequisite for the discovery of power. For any exercise of strength motivated by an avoidance of weakness is not genuine power. This is a rule of thumb. The soul has no room in which to present itself if we continually fill all the gaps with bogus activities. I knew a young man who wanted to be a writer. Something in him urged him to travel and to live the bohemian life, but he looked around and saw all his peers going to school. So he decided to overrule his desire for travel and take some college courses. Not surprisingly, he flunked out and then went on a long trip. It is easy to overlook the obvious, persistent indications of soul. In this case, the fantasies and longings for travel, and instead try to manufacture power with demanding and expensive efforts. The logic and language of the soul. One of the central difficulties involved in embarking on care of the soul is grasping the nature of the soul's discourse. The intellect works with reasons, logic, analysis, research, equations, and pros and cons. But the soul practices a different kind of math and logic. It presents images that are not immediately intelligible to the reasoning mind. It insinuates, offers fleeting impressions, persuades more with desire than with reasonableness. In order to tap the soul's power, one has to be conversant with its style and watchful. The soul's indications are many, but they are usually extremely subtle. Two Sufi stories demonstrate how odd the logic of the soul can appear to the reasoning, heroic mind. In the first, Nasruddin goes to a teacher for music lessons. "How much do the lessons cost?" he asks. $15 for the first lesson, $10 each after that, says the teacher. "Fine," Nasruddin replies. "I'll begin with lesson number 2. I don't know if there is a canonical reading of this story, but to me, it describes the mercurial wit of the soul from which a great deal of power can arise, as well as the special logic which goes against natural expectations. The alchemists taught that soul work is an opus contra naturam, a work against nature. And this story is an example of how the soul's understanding of things is unnatural. In some ways, it is like the parable of Jesus, in which laborers who arrive to work at the end of the day are paid the same as those who have been at work since sunrise. The soul doesn't necessarily benefit from long, hard work or from fairness of any kind. Its effects are achieved more with magic than effort. And just because you've worked a long time and are fair about it doesn't mean you will have the benefits of soul you want. Nor should you enter such work innocently, agreeing to work hard and then expecting something for your labor. You may have to be like Nasruddin, shrewdly trying to get the most for the least expense. In therapy, a person will say, "I've been at this work for a year. Something should have happened by now." Another will think, "I've chosen a high-priced analyst. I should be getting the very best treatment." This consumer logic, based on fairness and reasonableness, has nothing to do with the way the soul operates, and may be the least effective way to seek out its power. The soul is explosive and powerful, though its medium of imagination, which is always a prerequisite for action and is the source of meaning, it can accomplish all things. In the strength of its emotions, the soul is a gun, full of potential power and effect. The pen, expressing the soul's passion, is mightier than the sword because the imagination can change the life of a people at their very roots. If we do not claim the soul's power on our own behalf, we become its victims. We suffer our emotions rather than feel them working for us. We hold our thoughts and passions inward, disconnecting them from life. And then they stir a trouble within, making us feel profoundly unsettled, or it seems turning into illness. We all know what it feels like to hold anger in our hearts, as it builds and transmutes into corrosive resentment and rage. Even unexpressed love creates a pressure that demands release in some kind of expression. If violence is the repressed life force showing itself symptomatically, then the cure for violence is care of the soul's power. It is foolish to deny signs of this power, individuality, eccentricity, self-expression, passion, because it cannot be truly repressed. If there is crime in our streets, it is due from the viewpoint of soul not just to poverty and difficult living conditions, but to the failure of the soul and its spirit to unveil themselves. Socrates and Jesus, two teachers of virtue and love, were executed because of the unsettling, threatening power of their souls, which was revealed in their personal lives and in their words. They did not carry guns, yet still they were a threat, because there is nothing more powerful than the revelation of one's own soul. Here is another reason for placing Jesus between two thieves. He was a criminal in the eyes of a soul-denying authority. Criminality and transgression, when not acted out in violence, are dark virtues of the heart, necessary for the full presence of an individual on earth. Only when they are repressed do we find them roaming the streets of a city as incarnations of the rejected shadow. A soulful life is never without shadow. And some of the soul's power comes from its shadow qualities. If we want to live from our depths soulfully, then we will have to give up all pretenses to innocence as the shadow grows darker. The chief reward of surrendering innocence so that the soul may be fully expressed is an increase of power. In the presence of deep power, life becomes robust and passionate, signs that the soul is engaged and being given expression. Mars, when he is honored, gives a deep red hue to everything we do, quickening our lives with intensity, passion, forcefulness, and courage. When he is neglected, we suffer the onslaughts of uncontained violence. It is important then to revere the Martian spirit and to let the soul burst into life in creativity, individuality, iconoclasm, and imagination. gifts of depression. The soul presents itself in a variety of colors, including all the shades of gray, blue, and black. To care for the soul, we must observe the full range of all its colorings and resist the temptation to approve only of white, red, and orange, the brilliant colors. The bright idea of colorizing old black and white movies is consistent with our culture's general rejection of the dark and the gray. In a society that is defended against the tragic sense of life, depression will appear as an enemy, an unredeemable malady. Yet in such a society, devoted to light, depression in compensation will be unusually strong. Care of the soul requires our appreciation of these ways it presents itself. Faced with depression, we might ask ourselves, what is it doing here? Does it have some necessary role to play? Especially in dealing with depression, a mood close to our feelings of mortality, we must guard against the denial of death that is so easy to slip into. Even further, we may have to develop a taste for the depressed mood, a positive respect for its place in the soul's cycles. Some feelings and thoughts seem to emerge only in a dark mood. Suppress the mood, and you will suppress those ideas and reflections. Depression may be as important a channel for valuable negative feelings as expressions of affection are for emotions of love. Feelings of love give birth naturally to gestures of attachment. In the same way, the void and grayness of depression evoke an awareness and articulation of thoughts otherwise hidden behind the screen of lighter moods. Sometimes a person will come to a therapy session in a dark mood. "I shouldn't have come today," he will say. "I'll feel better next week and we can get on with it." But I'm happy that he came, because together we will hear thoughts and feel his soul in a way not possible in his cheerful moods. Melancholy gives the soul an opportunity to express a side of its nature that is as valid as any other, but it is hidden out of our distaste for its darkness and bitterness. Saturn's child. Today we seem to prefer the word depression over sadness and melancholy. Perhaps its Latin form sounds more clinical and serious, but there was a time, 500 or 600 years ago, when melancholy was identified with the Roman god Saturn. To be depressed was to be in Saturn, and a person chronically disposed to melancholy was known as a child of Saturn. Since depression was identified with the god and the planet named for him, it was associated with other qualities of Saturn. For example, he was known as the old man who presided over the golden age. Whenever we talk about the golden years or the good old days, we are calling up this god, who is the patron of the past. The depressed person sometimes thinks that the good times are all past, that there is nothing left for the present or the future, and these melancholic thoughts are deeply rooted in Saturn's preference for days gone by, for memory in the sense that time is passing. These thoughts and feelings, sad as they are, favor the soul's desire to be both in time and in eternity, and so, in a strange way, they can be pleasing. Sometimes we associate depression with literal aging, but it is more precisely a matter of the soul's aging. Saturn not only brings an affection for the good old days, he also raises the more substantive idea that life is moving on. We're getting old, experienced, and maybe even wise. A person, even in his middle or late 30s will be in conversation and offhandedly recall something that happened 20 years ago. He will stop shocked. I've never said that before. 20 years ago? I'm getting old. This is Saturn's gift of age and experience. Having been identified with youth, the soul now takes on important qualities of age that are positive and helpful. If age is denied, soul becomes lost in an inappropriate clinging to youth. Depression grants the gift of experience not as a literal fact, but as an attitude toward yourself. You get a sense of having lived through something, of being older and wiser. You know that life is suffering, and that knowledge makes a difference. You can't enjoy the bouncy, carefree innocence of youth any longer, a realization that entails both sadness because of the loss and pleasure in a new feeling of self-acceptance and self-knowledge. This awareness of age has a halo of melancholy around it, but it also enjoys a measure of nobility. Naturally, there is resistance to this incursion of Saturn that we call depression. It's difficult to let go of youth, because that release requires an acknowledgement of death. I suspect that those of us who opt for eternal youth are setting ourselves up for heavy bouts of depression. We're inviting Saturn to make a house call when we try to delay our service to him. Then Saturn's depression will give its color, depth, and substance to the soul that for one reason or another has dallied long with youth. Saturn weathers and ages a person naturally, the way temperature, winds, and time weather a barn. In Saturn, reflection deepens. Thoughts embrace a larger sense of time. And the events of a long lifetime get distilled into a sense of one's essential nature. In traditional texts, Saturn is characterized as cold and distant, but he has other attributes as well. Medical books called him the god of wisdom and philosophical reflection. In a letter to Giovanni Cavalcanti, a successful statesman and poet, Ficino refers to Saturn as a unique and divine gift. In the late 15th century, Ficino wrote a book warning scholars and studious people, in particular, to take care not to invite too much Saturn into their souls because of their sedentary occupations. Scholars can easily become severely depressed, he said, and have to find ways to counter their dark moods. But another book could be written about the dangers of living without study and speculation, and without reflecting on our lives. Saturn's moods may be dangerous because of their darkness, but his contributions to the economy of the soul are indispensable. If you allow his depression to visit, you will feel the change in your body, in your muscles, and on your face. Some relief from the burden of youthful enthusiasm and the unbearable lightness of being. Maybe we could appreciate the role of depression in the economy of the soul more if we could only take away the negative connotations of the word. What if depression were simply a state of being, neither good nor bad, something that the soul does in its own good time and for its own good reasons? What if it were simply one of the planets that circle the sun? One advantage of using the traditional image of Saturn in place of the clinical term depression is that then we might see melancholy more as a valid way of being rather than as a problem that needs to be eradicated. Aging brings out the flavors of a personality. The individual emerges over time the way fruit matures and ripens. In the Renaissance view, depression, aging, and individuality all go together. The sadness of growing old is part of becoming an individual. Melancholy thoughts carve out an interior space where wisdom can take up residence. Saturn was also traditionally identified with the metal lead, giving the soul weight and density, allowing the light, airy elements to coalesce. In this sense, depression is a process that fosters a valuable coagulation of thoughts and emotions. As we age, our ideas, formerly light, rambling, and unrelated to each other, become more densely gathered into values and a philosophy, giving our lives substance and firmness. Because of its painful emptiness, it is often tempting to look for a way out of depression. But entering into its mood and thoughts can be deeply satisfying. Depression is sometimes described as a condition in which there are no ideas, nothing to hang on to. But maybe we have to broaden our vision and see that feelings of emptiness, the loss of familiar understandings and structures in life, and the vanishing of enthusiasm, even though they seem negative, are elements that can be appropriated and used to give life fresh imagination. When, as counselors and friends, we are the observers of depression and are challenged to find a way to deal with it in others, we could abandon the monotheistic notion that life always has to be cheerful and be instructed by melancholy. We could learn from its qualities and follow its lead, becoming more patient in its presence, lowering our excited expectations, taking a watchful attitude as this soul deals with its fate in utter seriousness and heaviness. In our friendship, we could offer it a place of acceptance and containment. Sometimes, of course, depression, like any emotion, can go beyond ordinary limits, becoming a completely debilitating illness. But in extreme cases, too, even in the midst of strong treatments, we can still look for Saturn at the core of depression and find ways to befriend it. A great anxiety associated with depression is that it will never end, that life will never again be joyful and active. This is one of the feelings that is part of the pattern, the sense of being trapped forever, to be held in the remote haunts of Saturn. In my practice, when I hear this fear, I think of it as Saturn's style, as one of the ways he works the soul by making it feel constrained with nowhere to go. Traditionally, there is a binding theme in Saturnine moods. This anxiety seems to decrease when we stop fighting the Saturnine elements that are in the depression and turn instead toward learning from depression and taking on some of its dark qualities as aspects of personality. Insinuations of death. Saturn is also the reaper, god of the harvest, pattern of end time and its festival, the Saturnalia. Accordingly, imagery of death may permeate periods of depression. People of all ages sometimes say from their depression that life is over, that their hopes for the future have proved unfounded. They are disillusioned. They are disillusioned because the values and understandings by which they have lived for years suddenly make no sense.
Cherished truths sink into Saturn's black earth like chaff at harvest time.
Care of the soul requires acceptance of all this dying. The temptation is to champion our familiar ideas about life right up to the last second, but it may be necessary in the end to give them up, to enter into the movement of death. If the symptom is felt as the sense that life is over and that there's no use in going on, then an affirmative approach to this feeling might be a conscious, artful giving in to the emotions and thoughts of ending that depression has stirred up. Nicholas of Cusa, certainly one of the most profound theologians of the Renaissance, tells how he was on a journey, on a ship in fact, when the realization dawned on him in a visionary way that we should acknowledge our ignorance of the most profound things. Discovering that we do not know who God is and what life is all about, he says, is the learning of ignorance. Ignorance about the very meaning and value of our lives. This is a starting point for a more grounded, open-ended kind of knowledge that never closes up in fixed opinions. Using his favorite metaphors from geometry, he says that if full knowledge about the very base of our existence could be described as a circle, the best we can do is to arrive at a polygon, something short of sure knowledge. The emptiness and disillusion of meaning that are often present in depression show how attached we can become to our ways of understanding and explaining our lives. Often, our personal philosophies and our values seem to be all too neatly wrapped, leaving little room for mystery. Depression comes along then and opens up a hole. Ancient astrologers imagined Saturn as the most remote planet, far out in cold and empty space. Depression makes holes in our theories and assumptions, but even this painful process can be honored as a necessary and valuable source of healing. This Saturnine truth is evoked by Oscar Wilde, who, for all his emphasis on fullness of style as a central concern of life, knew the importance of emptying. From the prison cell where he was being punished for his love of a man, he wrote his extraordinary letter, De Profundis, in which he remarks, "The final mystery is oneself. When one has weighed the sun in the balance and measured the steps of the moon, and mapped out the 7 heavens star by star, there still remains oneself. Who can calculate the orbit of his own soul?" We may have to learn this truth, as Kusa did, that we cannot calculate the orbit of our own soul. This peculiar kind of education, learning our limits, may not be a conscious effort only. It may come upon us as a captivating mood of depression, at least momentarily wiping out our happiness and sending us off into fundamental appraisals of our knowledge, our assumptions, and the very purposes of our existence. In the ancient texts, Saturn was sometimes labeled poisonous. In recommending some positive effects in Saturnine moods, I don't want to overlook the terrible pain that they can bring, nor is it only minor forms of melancholy that offer unique gifts to the soul. Long, deep bouts of acute depression can also clear out and restructure the tenets by which life has been lived. The children of Saturn traditionally included carpenters, shown in drawings, putting together the foundations and skeletons of new houses. In our melancholy, inner construction may be taking place, clearing out the old and putting up the new. Dreams, in fact, often depict construction sites and buildings just going up, suggesting yet again that the soul is made. It is the product of work and inventive effort. Freud pointed out that during bouts of melancholy, the outer life may look empty, but at the same time, inner work may be taking place at full speed. Coming to terms with depression. In Jungian language, Saturn may be considered an animus figure.
The animus is a deep part of the psyche that roots ideas and abstraction in the soul. Many people are strong in anima.
Full of imagination, close to life, empathic and connected to people around them. But these very people may have difficulty moving far enough away from the emotional involvement to see what is going on and to relate their life experiences to their ideas and values. Their experience is wet, to use another ancient metaphor for the soul, because they are so emotionally involved in life, and so they might benefit from an excursion to the far-off regions of cold, dry Saturn. This dryness can separate awareness from the moist emotions that are characteristic of close involvement with life. We see this development in old people, as they reflect on their past with some distance and detachment. Saturn's point of view, in fact, can sometimes be rather hard-hearted and even cruel. In Samuel Beckett's melancholy play, Krapp's Last Tape, we find a humorous, biting depiction of Saturnine reflection. Using a tape recorder, Krapp plays back tapes he has made throughout his life and listens with considerable gloom to his voices from the past. After one of the tapes, he sits down to make another. Just listening to that stupid bastard I took myself for 30 years ago. Hard to believe I was ever as bad as that. Thank God that's all done with anyway. These few lines reveal a distance between past and present, as well as a cooler perspective and a deconstruction of values. In most of Beckett's plays, we hear characters express their depression and hopelessness, their inability to find any shreds of former meaning. Yet they also offer an image of the noble foolishness that is part of a life so riddled with emptiness. In the absolute sadness of these characters, we can grasp a mystery about the human condition. It is not a literal aberration, although it may feel that way, to suddenly find meaning and value disappear. And to be overwhelmed with the need for withdrawal and with vague emotions of hopelessness. Such feelings have a place and work a kind of magic on the soul. Crap, whose name suggests depression's devaluation of human life, shows that cold remorse and self-judgment do not have to be seen as clinical syndromes, but as a necessary foolishness in human life that actually accomplishes something for the soul. Professional psychology might try to correct Crap's self-criticism as a form of neurotic masochism, but Beckett shows that even in its ugliness and foolishness, it makes a certain kind of sense. Crap playing his tapes and muttering his curses is also an image of ourselves, turning our memories over in our minds again and again in a process of distillation. Over time, something essential emerges from this saturnine reduction, this gold in the sludge.
Saturn was sometimes called Sol Niger, the black sun.
In his darkness, there is to be found a precious balance, our essential nature, distilled by depression as perhaps the greatest gift of melancholy. If we persist in our modern way of treating depression as an illness to be cured, only mechanically and chemically, we may lose the gifts of soul that only depression can provide. In particular, tradition taught that Saturn fixes, darkens, weights, and hardens whatever is in contact with it. If we do away with Saturn's moods, we may find it exhausting trying to keep life bright and warm at all costs. We may be even more overcome, then, by the increased melancholy called forth by the repression of Saturn, and lose the sharpness and substance of identity that Saturn gives the soul. In other words, symptoms of a loss of Saturn might include a vague sense of identity, the failure to take one's own life seriously,
and a general malaise or ennui that is a pale reflection of Saturn's deep, dark moods.
Saturn locates identity deeply in the soul, rather than on the surface of personality. Identity is felt as one soul finding its weight and measure. We know who we are because we have uncovered the stuff of which we are made. It has been sifted out by depressive thought, reduced, in the chemical sense, to essence. Months or years focused on death have left a white, ghostly residue that is the I, dry and essential. Care of the soul asks for a cultivation of the larger world depression represents. When we speak clinically of depression, we think of an emotional or behavioral condition. But when we imagine depression as a visitation by Saturn, then many qualities of his world come into view. The need for isolation, the coagulation of fantasy, the distilling of memory, and the accommodation with death, to name only a few. For the soul, depression is an initiation, a rite of passage. If we think that depression, so empty and dull, is void of imagination, we may overlook its initiatory aspects. We may be imagining imagination itself from a point of view foreign to Saturn. Emptiness can be rife with feeling tone, images of catharsis and emotions of regret and loss. As a shade of mood, gray can be as interesting and as variegated as it is in black and white photography. If we pathologize depression, treating it as a syndrome in need of cure, then the emotions of Saturn have no place to go, except into abnormal behavior and acting out. An alternative would be to invite Saturn in when he comes knocking and give him an appropriate place to stay. Some Renaissance gardens had a bower dedicated to Saturn, a dark, shaded, remote place where a person could retire and enter the persona of depression without fear of being disturbed. We could model our attitude and our ways of dealing with depression on this garden. Sometimes people need to withdraw and show their coldness. As friends and counselors, we could provide the emotional space for such feelings without trying to change them or interpret them. And as a society, we could acknowledge Saturn in our buildings. A house or commercial building could have a room or an actual garden where a person could go to withdraw in order to meditate, think, or just be alone and sit. Modern architecture, when it tries to be cognizant of soul, seems to favor the circle or square when one joins community. But depression has a centrifugal force. It moves away from the center. We often refer to our buildings and institutions as centers, but Saturn would probably prefer an outpost. Hospitals and schools often have common rooms, but they could just as easily have uncommon rooms, places for withdrawal and solitude. Leaving a television running when no one is watching or having a radio playing all day long may defend against Saturn's silence. We want to do away with the empty space surrounding that remote planet. But as we fill in those voids, we may be forcing him to assume the role of symptom, to be housed in our clinics and hospitals as a pest, rather than as a healer and teacher, his traditional roles. Why is it that we fail to appreciate this facet of the soul? One reason is that most of what we know about Saturn comes to us symptomatically. Emptiness appears too late and too literally to have soul in it. In our cities, boarded-up homes and failing businesses signal economic and social depression. In these depressed areas of our cities, decay is cut off from will and conscious participation, appearing only as an external manifestation of a problem or an illness. We also see depression economically and emotionally as literal failure and threat, as a surprise breaking in upon our healthier plans and expectations. What if we were to expect Saturn and his dark, empty spaces to have a place in life?
What if we propitiated Saturn by incorporating his values into our way of life? Propitiate means both to acknowledge and to offer respect as a means of protection.
We could also honor Saturn by showing more honesty in the face of serious illness. Hospice workers will tell you how much a family can gain when the depressive facts of a terminal illness are discussed openly. We might also take our own illnesses, our visits to the doctor and to the hospital, as reminders of our mortality. We are not caring for the soul in these situations when we protect ourselves from their impact. It isn't necessarily to be only Saturnine in these situations.
but a few honest words for the melancholy feelings involved might keep Saturn propitiated.
Depression is one of the faces of the soul. Acknowledging it and bringing it into our relationships fosters intimacy. If we deny or cover up anything that is at home in the soul, then we cannot be fully present to others. Hiding the dark places results in a loss of soul. Speaking for them and from them offers a way toward genuine community and intimacy. The healing powers of depression. A few years ago, a priest by the name of Bill came to me with a remarkable story. In his 65th year, 30 years into the priesthood, as a compassionate pastor of a rural church, he had given what he thought was perfectly appropriate aid to 2 of his women parishioners. His bishop, however, thought he had mishandled church funds and used poor judgment in other respects, and so after a lifetime of respect, he was given 2 days to pack and leave the diocese. When he began talking to me about this situation, Bill was quite lively and interested in his experiences. He had taken to group therapy well, where in particular he had found ways to engage some of his anger. He even decided at one point to become a therapist himself, with the idea that he might be able to help his fellow priests. But when he talked about the trouble he had fallen into, he gave me explanations and excuses that seemed naive. About one woman, he said, "I was only trying to help her. She needed me. If she hadn't needed my attentions, I wouldn't have given them to her." I knew I had to look for a way to hold and contain all of Bill's unusual experiences and interpretations without judging him. We spent a great deal of time with his dreams. I also invited him to bring in paintings and drawings that he had been doing in his group therapy. Discussing these images week after week gave us some insight into
them, and quickly he became quite expert at reading their imagery.
By means of his artwork, Bill had also a chance to look closely at his family background and some of the key events surrounding his decision to become a priest. Then, a curious thing happened. As the naive explanations for his behavior fell away,
to be replaced by more substantive thoughts about the larger themes in his life,
the tone of his mood darkened. As he expressed more of his anger about the way he had been treated throughout his life as a seminarian and priest, he lost much of his lightness. Meanwhile, he had moved into a home for priests where he was largely withdrawn. He embraced his solitude and decided not to participate in activities in the home, and gradually, the wounds of his recent experiences deepened into genuine depression. Bill spoke critically of the church authorities and talked more realistically about his father, who had tried to become a priest and failed. To some extent, Bill thought he was not cut out by nature to be a priest, that he had taken his father's place, trying to fulfill his father's dreams and not his own. Bill trusted his depression enough to allow it a central place in his life. In true depressive style, he would start every conversation saying, "It's no use. It's all over. I'm too old to have what I want in my life. I made mistakes all along the way, but I can't do anything about it now. All I want to do is stay in my room and read." But he remained in therapy, and every week he spoke from and about his depression. My therapeutic strategy, if you can call it that, was simply to bring an attitude of acceptance and interest to Bill's depression. I didn't have any clever techniques. I didn't urge him to attend workshops on depression or try guided fantasies to contact the depressed person within. Care of the soul is less heroic than that. I simply tried to appreciate the way his soul was expressing itself at the moment. I observed the slow, subtle shifts in tone and focus that Bill brought in his manner, his words, his dreams, and the imagery of his conversation. In his depression, when Bill said that he should never have been a priest, I didn't take that statement literally because I knew how much his priesthood had meant to Bill over the years. But now he was discovering the shadow of his calling. His life as a priest was being deepened, given soul, by new reflection on its limitations. Bill was having to face for the first time the sacrifices he had made in order to be a priest. This was not an absolute disavowal of his priesthood. It was a completion. I noticed that even as he uncovered piece after piece of the sacrifices he had made, and even as he felt intense regret for having become a priest, at the same time he spoke of his loyalty to the church, his continuing interest in theology, and his concern for death and afterlife. In some ways, he was only now discovering the real core of his priesthood. The docile, compulsively helpful priest was dying off, to be replaced by a stronger, more individual, less manipulated man. From his depressed state, Bill could only see the dying, the ending of a familiar life, and the emptying out of long-held values and understandings. But the depression was clearly correcting his naivete. For most people, their cardinal virtue is also their pivotal fault. Bill's childlike concern for all beings, animal, vegetable, and human, gave him his compassion and altruistic sensibilities, but his vulnerability also made him the butt of jokes among his fellow priests, who never realized how much he suffered from their teasing. His generosity was unlimited and, in a sense, had destroyed him. By means of his depression, Bill was also better able to see the villains in his life. Previously, his naive point of view gave everyone in his experience bland approval. There were neither real heroes nor full-bodied enemies. But in his depression, Bill began to feel things much more deeply, and his hostility toward his colleagues came out of him with real grit. "I hope they all die young," he once uttered through his teeth. Bill would tell me convincingly, "I'm old. Let's face it, I'm 70. What's left for me? I hate young men. I'm happy when those young Turks get sick. Don't tell me I have lots of life left. I don't." Bill was strongly identified with being an old man. How could I argue with his telling me and himself to face facts and not deny his age? But I believed that this clever statement was a defense against considering other options for identification, and that paradoxically it served to keep Bill protected from the lower dimensions of his depression. By giving up that particular moment, he didn't have to think the thoughts and experience the feelings that were waiting for him in the wings. One day he told me a dream in which he was going down a steep flight of stairs, then down a second flight. But the latter were too narrow for him, and he didn't want to go any farther. Behind him, the figure of a woman was urging him on while he resisted. This was a picture of Bill's state at the time. He was well into a descent, but he was fighting against taking a deeper plunge. Bill's complaint, "I'm an old man, there's nothing left for me," was not really Saturn settling in. Although his statement sounds like an affirmation of age, it's more an attack on age. When he said this, I wondered if he had been denied the opportunity to grow up during his many years as a seminarian and priest. He told me that in some ways he had felt like a child the whole time, never worrying about money or survival, never making life decisions, but simply following the orders of his superiors. Now fate had shoved him into a place of profound unsettling and reflection. For the first time, he was questioning everything, and now he was growing up at an alarming speed. "Your dream," I said to him, "about descending a narrow staircase with a woman urging you from behind, I think we might turn to Freud and see it as an attempt at birth." "I never thought of it that way," he said, interested. "You seem in your melancholy to be in a bardo state. Do you know what that is?" "No," he said. "I never heard of it. The Tibetan Book of the Dead describes that time between incarnations, the period before the next birth into life, as bardo. I don't have any taste for the events of life these days. Well, that's what I mean, I said. You don't want to participate in life. You are between lives. The dream may be inviting you to descend into the canal. I feel very reluctant in that dream, and I'm disturbed by the woman. Aren't we all? I said, thinking how difficult it is to be born into this life again, especially when the first time around was so painful and apparently unsuccessful. I'm not ready, he said with understanding and conviction. That's all right, I responded. You know where you are, and it's important to be exactly there. Bardo takes time. It can't be rushed. There's no point in premature birth. Bill rose to leave and go back to his cave, as he called his room in the monastery. There's nothing else to do, is there? He asked. I don't think so, I said, wishing I could give him some specific hope. Bill had measured the steps of the moon in his theology classes, and he thought he knew what was good for the soul, but now, having learned from his depression, he was speaking a more solid truth. I will never again tell another person how to live, he said. I can only talk to them of their mystery. Like Oscar Wilde in his depression, Bill was finding a greater point of view, a new appreciation for mystery. You would think a priest would be the one person familiar with mystery, but Bill's depression could be seen as a further step in his education in theology. Eventually, Bill's depression lifted, and he took a position in a new city where he worked as both counselor and priest. His period of schooling in Saturn's truths had some effect. He was able to help people look honestly at their lives and their emotions, whereas at a former time he would have tried to talk them out of their dark feelings with purely positive encouragement. He also knew what it was like to be deprived of respect and security, and so he could understand better the discouragement and despair of many people who came to him with tragic stories. Care of the soul doesn't mean wallowing in the symptom, but it does mean trying to learn from depression what qualities the soul needs. Even further, it attempts to weave those depressive qualities into the fabric of life so that the aesthetics of Saturn, coldness, isolation, darkness, emptiness, makes a contribution to the texture of everyday life. In learning from depression, a person might dress in Saturn's black to mimic his mood. He might go on a trip alone as a response to a Saturnine feeling. He might build a grotto in his yard as a place of Saturnine retreat. Or more internally, he might let his depressive thoughts and feelings just be. All of these actions would be a positive response to a visitation of Saturn's depressive emotion. They would be concrete ways to care for the soul in its darker beauty. In so doing, we might find a way into the mystery of this emptiness of the heart. We might also discover that depression has its own angel, a guiding spirit, whose job it is to carry the soul away to its remote places, where it finds unique insight and enjoys a special vision.
The body's poetics of illness. The human body is an immense source of imagination, a field on which imagination plays wantonly. The body is the soul, presented in its richest and most expressive form. In the body, we see the soul articulated in gesture, dress, movement, shape, physiognomy, temperature, skin eruptions, tics, diseases, in countless expressive forms. Artists have attempted to convey the expressive powers of the body in many different ways. Modern science, on the other hand, is hell-bent on cure and has no interest in the body's inherent art.
It wants to eradicate all anomalies before there's a chance to read them for their meaning. It abstracts the body into chemistries and anatomies so that the expressive body is hidden behind graphs, charts, numbers, and structural diagrams. Imagine a medical approach more in tune with art, one that is interested in the symbolic and the poetic suggestiveness of a disease or a malfunctioning organ. I had a conversation once with a nutritionist about cholesterol that raised some of these issues. Personally, I felt a strong resistance to making concern about cholesterol the end-all factor in my relationship to my heart and to food. I told her about my misgivings. "But cholesterol is a major problem," she said. "People who've had heart problems should especially understand the importance of controlling cholesterol in their diets." "I don't doubt that cholesterol is a fact," I said, "but I wonder if we take it too factually." "And the amazing thing is," she went on, "that aspirin can control its bad effects, just one every other day." "Do you recommend that we all take an aspirin regularly for cholesterol?" "Well, if you have high cholesterol or if you've had heart problems, yes," she said with conviction. "Why?" I asked. "So you live longer," she said. "So fighting cholesterol is a move against death?" "Yes." "Is it a denial of death?" I asked more pointedly. I remember Ivan Illich's statement that he doesn't want to die of some disease. He wants to die of death. Maybe it is a denial of death. Is it possible, I asked, to appreciate that we have a problem with cholesterol and yet imagine it differently so that it isn't another way of wrestling with mortality? "I have no idea," she said. "There are certain assumptions we make, and we don't question them. And that is the problem with the body. We have certain assumptions we don't reflect on. If we were to reflect, we might imagine cholesterol differently." "Could it have anything to do with congested highways?" her psychoanalyst husband offered. "Maybe we don't want congestion anywhere. We crave free passage on the road and in our arteries." I appreciated his comment because it took us out of the literal realm of chemistry and treated the symptom as a symbol, a lens through which to see the problem in an altogether different context. This is not to say that congested highways are the cause of arterial blockage. Causal thinking usually obstructs imagistic reflection. However, seeing the metaphorical comparison is the beginning of giving the body poetic weight. Several years ago in Dallas, James Hillman gave a lecture on the heart, and he was making the point that the current trend to imagine the heart as a mechanical pump or as a muscle is extremely narrow and may be implicated in the widespread occurrence of heart trouble. When we talk this way, we lose sight of soulful images of the heart as the seat of courage and love. Thinking of the heart as an object, we take it for a walk or run it for exercise, but it loses all its metaphoric power and is reduced to a function. As Hillman was saying this, a man sitting in the front of the auditorium stood up. He was wearing a jogging suit and complained loudly that the heart, in fact, is a muscle and has to be kept in shape so we don't have a heart attack. Hillman's point was that we are attacking the heart when we treat it as a mere physical organ. What poetry and song for centuries have treated as the seat of affection. It isn't easy for us, so imbued with modern categories of thought, to remember our own biases in this matter. Of course the heart is a pump, that's a fact. Our problem is that we can't see through the thought structures that give value to fact and at the same time treat poetic reflection as nonsensical. In a sense, that point of view is itself a failure of heart. We think with our heads and no longer with our hearts. Hillman's colleague Robert Sardello also points out that we give intelligence and power to the brain and then reduce the heart to a muscle. But he says the heart has its own intelligence. It knows what to do without orders from the brain. The heart has reasons that may or may not find sympathy from the brain. It has its own style, beating with special force, Sardello notes, in states of passion, as in anger and sex. The brain thinks cool thoughts about cold reality, while the heart thinks in heated rhythms. The heart is only one of the many organs out of whose functions and shapes metaphoric richness has appeared over time. Historically, soul is to be found in the spleen, the liver, the stomach, the gallbladder, the intestines, the pituitary, and the lungs. Consider our word schizophrenia, which means cut off or split, phrenes, lungs. Is this mere poetic license, or is it the power of the body in its many varied parts to create a polycentric field for the soul? Hillman and Sardello suggest that it is the function of the body to give us emotions and images proper to its highly articulated organs. Symptoms and disease. Psychoanalysis has made elaborate attempts to chart connections between psychological experience and physical ailments. But generally, both psychology and medicine have been reluctant to read these poetic connections. In the 15th century, Marsilio Ficino made the observation that Mars dissolves the intestines. Today, with different language, but perhaps with the same insight, we think there is a relationship between repressed anger and colitis. On the whole, however, we have only unsophisticated understanding of the relationship between a particular physical symptom and the emotions. Symptom is close to symbol. A symbol is two things thrown together, whereas a symptom is things that fall together as if by accident. We think that symptoms appear out of nowhere, and we rarely make the move of throwing together the two things, illness and image. Science prefers interpretations that are univocal. One reading is all that is desired. Poetry, on the other hand, never wants to stop interpreting. It doesn't seek an end to meaning. A poetic response to disease may seem inadequate in the context of medical science because science and art differ radically from the point of interpretation. Therefore, a poetic reading of the body as it expresses itself in illness calls for a new appreciation for the laws of imagination, in particular a willingness to let imagination keep moving into ever newer and deeper insights. In recent years, some have spoken against a metaphoric view of disease because they don't want us blaming patients for their physical problems. If cancer is related to a person's way of life, they complain, we will hold the individual responsible for an illness over which he has no control. It is true that blaming a person for his disease only leads to guilt and no increase in imagination. Yet in Sardello's words, the object of therapeutic treatment is to return imagination to the things that have become only physical. Whenever we place blame, we are looking for a scapegoat, for a real dislocation which is difficult to find, and in which we ourselves, as in individuals and as a society, are implicated. Blame is a defensive substitute for an honest examination of life that seeks guidance in our mistakes. Fundamentally, it's a way of averting consciousness of error. Sardello recommends that if our hearts are attacking us, or if cancer is immersing us in fantasies of death, then we should listen to these symptoms and adjust life accordingly. Rather than blame, we could respond. Listening to the messages of the body is not the same as blaming the patient. I recently had an experience which in a small way shows the relationship between body and image. I had been feeling a pain in my lower left side. The doctor wasn't sure what it was, but since it didn't worsen over several weeks, he suggested watching it closely and not administering any heroic treatments. I agreed completely. Instead, I went to a couple who practice a mild form of massage and who are sensitive to the larger life contexts in which pain presents itself. It was my first visit, so they asked me some general questions. What do you eat? How is your body doing in general these days? Is there anything going on in your life that you see is related to your pain? If the pain could speak, what might it say? I appreciated the fact that this session began with a contextualizing of the pain. I found that this simple dialogue had a profound effect on me. It set me in the direction of observing the world surrounding the pain and of listening to its poetics. Then, as I lay down on the massage table, the two of them, one on each side, began their gentle rubbing. Quickly I fell into deep relaxation. I drifted off to a place in consciousness far from that little room in my little village. My senses were picking up sounds around me, but my attention had sunk into an area sheltered from life. I felt their hands move along my body, slowly and without much pressure. Then I felt fingers on the place of the pain. I expected to rise from my retreat and to protect myself against their touches. Instead, I remained in that area of distant consciousness. Suddenly, several large, brightly colored, imposing tigers leapt out of a cage. They were so close that I couldn't see their entire bodies. Their color was more brilliant than anything that could exist in the natural world. They seemed at once playful and ferocious. One of the massagers said, "How does it feel when I touch you there?" I said, "Tigers have arrived." "Speak to them," she said. "Find out what their message is." I'd love to have found out, but it was obvious to me these tigers had no interest in speaking English to me. "I don't think they talk," I said. Even though I was talking to the woman massaging me, the tigers remained playing in the little piece of jungle that had opened up in the dimly lighted room. I didn't make friends with them. They were obviously not about to become pets. But I watched them for quite a while, awed by the strength and brightness of their huge bodies. When the massage was over and the tigers had gone home, I was told that animals frequently make an appearance in that massage room. I left thinking that I should spend several weeks at least wondering about this visitation. The main things I felt from these tigers were courage, strength, and self-possession, qualities of heart I certainly needed at the time. Not their meaning, but their presence seemed to give me confidence and strength. Long afterward, when I became aware of that pain again, beginning to insinuate itself, I recalled the tigers and drew some courage from them. I also thought I could learn from them to show my true colors with some brilliance and bravado. When we bring imagination to the body, we can't expect dictionary-type explanations and clear solutions to problems. A symbol is often defined and treated as though it were a superficial matching of two things, as in dream books that tell you that a snake is always a reference to sex. More profoundly, though, a symbol is the act of throwing together two incongruous things and living in the tension that exists between them, watching the images that emerge from that tension. In this approach to symbol, there is no stopping point, no end to reflection, no single meaning, and no clear instruction on what to do next. The economics of soul, work, money, failure, and creativity. Care of the soul requires ongoing attention to every aspect of life. Essentially, it is a cultivation of ordinary things in such a way that soul is nurtured and fostered. Therapy tends to focus on crisis or chronic problems. I've never heard anyone come to therapy and say they want to discuss gardening, or to examine the soul issues in a house that they're building, or to prepare to be a city council person. Yet all of these ordinary things have a great deal to do with the condition of the soul. If we do not tend the soul consciously and artfully, then its issues remain largely unconscious, uncultivated, and therefore often problematic. One of the most unconscious of our daily activities from the perspective of the soul is work, and the settings of work, the office, factory, store, studio, or home. I have found in my practice over the years that the conditions of work have at least as much to do with disturbances of the soul as marriage and family. Yet it is tempting simply to make adjustments in response to problems at work without recognizing the deep issues involved. Certainly we allow the workplace to be dominated by function and efficiency, thereby leaving us open to the complaints of neglected soul. We could benefit psychologically from a heightened consciousness about the poetry of work, its style, tools, timing, and environment. Several years ago I gave a lecture on the medieval idea that the world is a book to be read. Monks used the phrase liber mundi, the book of the world, to describe a spiritual kind of literacy. And afterward, a woman, a housewife, who had attended, telephoned to ask if I would come to her house to read it in this way. I had never done such a thing, but in therapy I had been reading dreams and paintings for years, so the idea was appealing. Together we walked through the rooms, observing them closely, and quietly discussed our impressions. This reading was not an analysis or an interpretation. It was more dreaming the house onward. To paraphrase the expression of Jung's dreaming the dream onward. My idea was to see the house as poetry and alphabet, to understand the gestures it was making in its architecture, colors, furnishings, decorations, and the condition it was in at that particular time. The woman was truly devoted to her home and wanted to give housework a place of dignity in her life. Some of the images that came to us were personal. I heard stories of a former marriage, of children, visitors, and her own childhood. Others had to do with the architecture of the building and with American history, and a few touched on philosophical questions about the very nature of dwelling and shelter. I remember in particular an immaculate bathroom with smooth tiles and cool colors. The bathroom is a room full of strong imagery and psychological content, bodily waste, cleansing, privacy, cosmetics, clothing, nudity, pipes connected to the underground and running water. It is a favored setting for many dreams, an indication of its special appeal to the imagination. This bathroom seemed to me unusually orderly and clean, and having agreed to an honest reading of the house, we discussed the efforts my hostess put into keeping this room spotless. In this reading of her house, I wasn't trying to figure this woman out, or look for something wrong, or come up with some new way for her to live her life. We were simply taking a special look at the house in order to glimpse signs of the soul that lies hidden in the everyday and commonplace. At the end of our tour, we both felt unusually connected to the place and to its things. For my part, I was motivated to reflect on my own home and to think more deeply about the poetics of everyday life. The home is a place of daily work, whether or not one has an outside job. If you were to read your own house, at some point you would find yourself standing before the tools of housework: vacuum cleaner, broom, dust mop, soaps, sponges, dishpan, hammer, screwdriver. These things are very simple, and yet they are fundamental to the feeling that we have of being at home. Jean Lal, an astrologer and therapist from Baltimore, lectures on the soul of housework. She calls housework a path of contemplation and says that if we denigrate the work that is to be done around the house every day, from cooking to doing laundry, we lose our attachment to our immediate world. There's also a close relationship, she says, between daily work around the house and responsibility to our natural environment. I might put it this way: there are gods of the house, and our daily work is a way of acknowledging that these home spirits that are so important in sustaining our lives. To them, a scrub brush is a sacramental object, and when we use this implement with care, we are giving something to the soul. In this sense, cleaning the bathroom is a form of therapy because there is a correspondence between the actual room and a certain chamber of the heart. The bathroom that appears in our dreams is both the room in our house and a poetic object that describes a space in the soul. I don't mean to inflate the simple things of life with exaggerated meaning and formality, but we might be reminded of the value to the soul of doing our daily chores attentively and with an eye to detail. We all know that at some level, daily work affects character and the overall quality of life, but we usually overlook the way soulfulness can adhere to ordinary housework and the gifts it can bring to the soul. If we let other people do our ordinary work for us, or if we do it ourselves without care, we might be losing something irreplaceable and eventually experience that missing element as a painful sense of loneliness or homelessness. We can read the house of our outside work life in the same way I read that woman's home. Examine its environment, look closely at its tools, consider the way time is spent, and note the moods and emotions that typically surround the work itself. How you spend your working hours, what you look at, sit on, and work with makes a difference, not only in terms of efficiency, but for its effect on your sense of yourself and the direction your imagination takes. Some businesses cover over their soulless conception of work with a veneer of fake walls, plastic plants, and pseudo-art. Well, if that's what we give to the workplace in the name of beauty, then that is the measure of soulfulness we will have at our job. Soul cannot be faked without serious consequences. In his poem The Garden, the poet Andrew Marvell refers to a green thought in a green shade. Surrounded by plastic ferns, we will be filled with plastic thoughts. Work as opus. In many religious traditions, work is not set off from the precincts of the sacred. It is not profane in front of the temple. It is in the temple. In Christian and Zen monasteries, for instance, work is as much a part of the monk's carefully designed life as are prayer, meditation, and liturgy. I learned this when I was a novice in a religious order. A novice is a fledgling monk, learning the ins and outs of the spiritual life of prayer, meditation, study, and work. I recall one day in particular when I was given the job of pruning apple trees. It was a cold day in Wisconsin, and I was out on a limb sawing away at shoots, sticking up on limbs all around me like minarets. I took a minute to rest, hoping the limb wouldn't suddenly break, and asked myself, why am I doing this? I'm supposed to be learning prayer, meditation, Latin, and Gregorian chant. But here I am, my hands frostbitten, feeling not terribly secure in the top of a tree, my fingers bloody from an erratic saw blade, doing something I know nothing about. The answer I already knew was that work is an important component of the spiritual life. In some monasteries, monks file off to work in procession, wearing their long hooded robes and maintaining silence. Monastic writers describe work as a path to holiness. Formal religion always gives us hints about the depth dimension of anything in daily life. In this case, the idea that work is not the secular enterprise the modern world assumes it is, and whether we do it with mindfulness and art, or whether it takes place in unmitigated unconsciousness, work affects the soul profoundly. It is full of imagination and speaks to the soul at many different levels. It may, for example, conjure up certain memories and fantasies that have special significance. These may be connected to family, myths, traditions, and ideals. Or work may be a means of sorting out issues that have little to do with the work itself. It may be a response to fate. We may find ourselves doing work that has been in the family for generations, or working at a job that appeared after a number of coincidences and chance events. In this sense, all work is a vocation, a calling, from a place that is the source of meaning and identity, the roots of which lie beyond human intention and interpretation. Etymology, the examination of the deep imagery and myth that reside within ordinary language, also offers some insight into work. Sometimes we refer to work as an occupation, an interesting word that means to be taken and seized. In the past, this word has strong sexual connotations. We like to think that we have chosen our work, that it could be more, but it could be more accurate to say that our work has found us. Most people can tell fate-filled stories of how they happen to be in their current occupation. These stories tell how the work came to occupy them, to take residence. Work is a vocation. We are called to it, but we are also loved by our work. It can excite us, comfort us, and make us feel fulfilled, just as a lover can. Soul and the erotic are always together. If our work doesn't have an erotic tone to it, then it probably lacks soul as well. The technical name for the category of rituals that take place in church, such as baptism or the Eucharist, is liturgy. It comes from the Greek words laos and ergos, which together can be translated simply as ordinary person's work, or the labor of the laity. The rituals that take place in church are a kind of work, the soul's work. Something of the soul is being created in the work of ritual. Still, there is no need to separate that work from the work that goes on in the world. From a depth point of view, all work is liturgy. Ordinary actions, too, accomplish something for the soul. What takes place in a church or temple is an exemplar for what happens in the world. Church points out the profound, often hidden nature of worldly activity. We could say, then, that all work is sacred, whether you are building a road, cutting a person's hair, or taking out the garbage. We can bridge the gap between sacred church and secular world by occasionally ritualizing the everyday things we do. It isn't necessary to place a cloak of religiosity on everyday work in order to make it sacred. Formal ritual is only a way of reminding ourselves of the ritual qualities that are in work anyway. Therefore, like a sacristan who reverences everything he tends, we might want to buy tools of satisfying quality, well made, pleasing to look at, and fitted to the hand, and cleansers that respect the environment. A special tablecloth might help ritualize a dinner, or an office desk of special design or select woods could transform the workplace into an arena that has imaginal depth. Often workspaces are devoid of imagination, so that the workers are left with a purely secularized feeling that doesn't feed their souls. Workers assume that their tasks, too, are purely secular and functional, but even such ordinary jobs as carpentry, secretarial services, and gardening relate to the soul as much as to function. In the medieval world, these forms of work each had a patron god, Saturn, Mercury, and Venus, respectively, indicating that in each case, matters of profound significance to the soul are encountered in daily work. We could learn from our ancestors that the familiar tasks involved in an ordinary job have a presiding god and constitute a liturgy in relation to that god. Mythology also offers some suggestions for thinking deeply about work. Daedalus, for instance, was known as the ingenious maker of dolls and toys, which came to life when a child played with them. Hephaestus, one of the truly great gods, made furniture and jewelry, among other things, for the other gods. Our own children play with toys as if they were alive, keeping the myth alive. It would make great mythological sense for makers of toys to look deeply into their work and see that Daedalus had a hand in it. If they had a deep sense of the truly magical nature of their product, they could take care of the souls of children with sacred imagination. The same principle holds for all professions and for all forms of labor. When we think of work, we only consider function, and so the soul elements are left to chance. Where there is no artfulness about life, there is a weakening of soul. It seems to me that the problem with modern manufacturing is not a lack of efficiency. It is a loss of soul. Not understanding soul, companies look to the work of other cultures and try to mimic their methods. What they don't realize is that that method's not the only thing. Another culture may be successful in its manufacturing and business because it is still mindful of the needs of the heart. It may not be enough to copy surface strategies, ignoring the deeper evaluation of feeling and sensibility that gives work grounding in the human heart and not just in the brain. Another way to enrich the imagination of work is to follow Jung in his work with alchemy. Alchemy was a process in which raw material was placed in a vessel where it was heated, observed closely, heated some more, passed through various operations, and observed once again. But in the end, the result was an arcane product imagined mysteriously to be gold, the stone of the philosophers, or a potent elixir. In Jung's view, alchemy was a spiritual practice carried out for the benefit of the soul. Its play with chemicals, heat, and distillation was a poetical project in which substances, colors, and other material qualities offered an external imagery for a hidden parallel process of the soul. Just as astrology based its entire symbol system on the bodies of planets, so alchemy found its poetic inspiration in the qualities of chemicals and their interactions. This process of working the stuff of the soul, objectified in natural materials, The alchemist called the opus, that is, the work. We could imagine our own everyday work alchemically in the same way. The plain concerns of ordinary work are the raw material, the prima materia, as the alchemist called it, for working out the soul's matter. We work on the stuff of the soul by means of the things of life. This is an ancient idea, espoused by Neoplatonists. Ordinary life is the means of entry into higher spiritual activity. Or we could say that at the very moment we are hard at work on some worldly endeavor, we are also working on a different plane. Perhaps without knowing it, we are engaged in the labors of the soul. We might understand the role of everyday work in the soul by looking more closely at the idea of opus. In his book Psychology and Alchemy, Jung describes the opus as a work of imagination. He's discussing an old alchemical text that tells how to produce the philosopher's stone. The passage says that one should be guided by a true and not a fantastic imagination. Commenting on this idea, Jung says that imagination is an authentic accomplishment of thought or reflection that does not spin aimless and groundless fantasies into the blue. That is to say, it does not merely play with its object. Rather, it tries to grasp the inner facts and portray them in images true to their nature. And this activity is an opus, a work. We move closer to the soul's work when we go deeper than intellectual abstractions and imaginary fancies that do not well up from the more profound roots of feeling. The more deeply our work stirs imagination and corresponds to images that lie there at the bedrock of identity and fate, the more it will have soul. Work is an attempt to find an adequate alchemy that both wakens and satisfies the very root of being. Most of us put a great deal of time into work, not only because we have to work so many hours to make a living, but because work is central to the soul's opus. We are crafting ourselves, individuating, to use the Jungian term. Work is fundamental to the opus because the whole point of life is the fabrication of the soul. To put it more simply, the job and the opus are related insofar as work is an extension or reflection of yourself. You conclude a successful business transaction and you feel good about yourself. You build a cherry dining table or sew a star quilt. Then you stand back and contemplate it, feeling a surge of pride. The trouble is, if what we do or make is not up to our standards and does not reflect attention and care when we stand back to look at it, the soul suffers. The whole society suffers a wound to soul if we allow ourselves to do bad work. When it is not possible to feel good about our work, then soulful pride, so necessary for creativity, turns into narcissism. Pride and narcissism are not the same thing. In a sense, they are opposites. Like Narcissus, we need to be objectified in an image, something outside ourselves. The products of our work are like the image in the pond, a means of loving ourselves. But if those products are not lovable, we are forced into a narcissistic place where we lose sight of the work itself and focus on our own personal needs. Love of the world and our place in it, attained largely by our work, turns into solipsistic craving for love. Work becomes narcissistic when we cannot love ourselves through objects in the world. And this is one of the deeper implications of the Narcissus myth. The flowering of life depends upon finding a reflection of oneself in the world, and one's work is an important place for that kind of reflection. In the language of Neoplatonicism, Narcissus discovers love when he finds that his nature is completed in that part of his soul that is outside himself, in the soul of the world. Read in this way, the story suggests that we will never achieve the flowering of our own natures until we find that piece of ourselves, that lovable twin, which lives in the world and as the world. Therefore, finding the right work is like discovering your own soul in the world. In his book Psychology and Religion, West and East, Jung says, following alchemical teaching, the soul is for the most part outside the body. What an extraordinary idea. The modern person is taught to believe that the soul, or whatever language is used for soul, is contained in the brain, or is equivalent to mind, and is purely and humanly subjective. But if we were to think of the soul as being in the world, then maybe our work would be seen as a truly important aspect of our lives, not only for its literal product, but also as a way of caring for the soul. As we saw in our earlier discussion of the myth, narcissism occurs as a symptom in direct relation to the failure of the Narcissus myth. Our work takes on narcissistic qualities when it does not serve well as a reflection of self. When that inherent reflection is lost, we become more concerned instead with how our work reflects on our reputations. We seek to repair our painful narcissism in the glow of achievement, and so we become distracted from the soul of the work for its sake. We are tempted to find satisfaction in secondary rewards, such as money, prestige, and the trappings of success. It's obvious that climbing the ladder of success can easily lead to a loss of soul. An alternative may be to choose a profession or projects with soul in mind. If a potential employer describes all the benefits of a job, we could ask about the soul values. What is the spirit in this workplace? Will I be treated as a person here? Is there a feeling of community? Do people love their work? Is what we are doing and producing worthy of my commitment and long hours? Are there any moral problems in the job or workplace, making things detrimental to people or to the earth, taking excessive profits or contributing to racial and sexist oppression? It is not possible to care for the soul while violating or disregarding one's own moral sensibility. Narcissus and work are further related because the love that goes out into our work comes back as love of self. Signs of this love, and therefore of soul, are feelings of attraction, desire, curiosity, involvement, passion, and loyalty in relation to our work. I once counseled a man who worked in an automobile factory. He hated his work. On a team that did spray painting, he was the troubleshooter, clearing up clogged pipes, keeping the chemical mixtures in proper proportion. He was good at what he did, but he experienced his job as an imprisonment. He came to me wondering what had happened in his childhood to make his life so unhappy. And as he talked, I noticed that most of his annoyance was focused around his job. So we discussed his work in detail. Some of his dreams were set on the job site, so we had many occasions to explore the history of his imagination of work, including his childhood fantasies of a life work, his many jobs, his education and training, and his current habits of work. Notice that I was not trying to present him with options or get him to find a better job. I wanted to focus on the place of work in his soul and listen to its complaints about what he was doing. Eventually, his reflections on work led him to seek a change. One day, he got up enough courage to get a position in sales, which he felt was much better suited to him. Soon, many of his psychological problems began to disappear. I love my job, he told me. I don't mind being criticized for a mistake, and I love to come to work. That other job just wasn't me. The job of troubleshooting spraying operations might have suited another person, but not this man, who had to suffer a while in his work until he moved into something soulful for him. To say that a job isn't me is to say that the relationship between work and the soul has fallen down. Or, to put it in alchemical language, work and opus have no correspondence. When that linkage is present, work is easier and more satisfying because the counterpoint between job and opus is harmonious. And when the soul is involved, the work is not carried out by the ego alone. It arises from a deeper place, and therefore is not deprived of passion, spontaneity, and grace. Spiritual practice and psychological depth. Recognize what is before your eyes, and what is hidden will be revealed to you. The Gospel of Thomas. The need for myth, ritual, and a spiritual life. I have been emphasizing the soul's need for vernacular life, its relationship to a local place and culture. It has a preference for details and particulars, intimacy and involvement, attachment, and rootedness. Like an animal, the soul feeds on whatever life grows in its immediate environment. To the soul, the ordinary is sacred, and the everyday is the primary source of religion. But there is another side to this issue. The soul also needs spirituality, and a particular kind of spirituality, one that is not at odds with the everyday and the lowly. In the modern world, we tend to separate psychology from religion. We like to think that emotional problems have to do with the family, childhood, and trauma, with personal life, but not with spirituality. We don't diagnose an emotional seizure as loss of religious sensibility or lack of spiritual awareness. Yet, it is obvious that the soul, seat of the deepest emotions, can benefit greatly from the gifts of a vivid spiritual life and can suffer when it is deprived of them. The soul, for example, needs an articulated worldview, a carefully worked out scheme of values, and a sense of relatedness to the whole. It needs a myth of immortality and an attitude toward death. It also thrives on spirituality that is not so transcendent, such as the spirit of family, arising from traditions and values that have been part of the family for generations. Spirituality doesn't arrive fully formed without effort. Religions around the world demonstrate that spiritual life requires constant attention and a subtle, often beautiful technology by which spiritual principles and understandings are kept alive. For good reason, we go to church, temple, or mosque regularly, and at appointed times it's easy for consciousness to become lodged in the material world and to forget the spiritual. Sacred technology is largely aimed at helping us remain conscious of spiritual ideas and values. Earlier, I introduced a client of mine who had trouble with food and who told me a dream of old women cooking up a hearty outdoor meal. Although this dream was relevant to the young woman's physical problems with food, I thought it also spoke to the hunger in her soul for primordial femininity. By eating the food cooked by the women, she would absorb their spirit. The dream was a female version of the male Last Supper. In another dream she related to food, she discovered that her esophagus was made of plastic and wasn't long enough to reach her stomach. This extraordinary image is a perfect description of one of the main problems of the modern world. Our means of connecting to our inner work do not reach deep enough. The esophagus is an excellent image of one of the soul's chief functions, to transfer material of the outside world into the interior. But in this dream, it is made of an unnatural substance that stands for the superficiality of our age, plastic. And if this soul function is plastic, then we will not be fed well. We will feel the need of a more genuine means of bringing outer experience deep inside us. Just as the mind digests ideas and produces intelligence, the soul feeds on life and digests it, creating wisdom and character out of the fodder of experience. Renaissance Neoplatonists said that the outer world serves as a means of deep spirituality, and that the transformation of ordinary experience into the stuff of soul is all important. If the link between life experience and deep imagination is inadequate, then we are left with a division between life and soul, and such a division will always manifest itself in symptoms. A person starving herself anorectically evokes in her food rituals vestigial forms of religious practice. Her disdain for her body and her asceticism in denying herself food represent pseudo-religion and symptomatic spirituality. A degree of asceticism is a necessary part of spirituality, but a symptomatic, compulsive approach to the ascetic life only shows how far we are from the true religious feeling. As society's symptom, anorexia could be trying to teach us that we need a more genuine spiritual life, where restraint has a place, but not as a neurosis. If our spirituality is like a plastic esophagus, then we are starving ourselves, not fasting in a sacred sense. In many religions, food is a powerful metaphor. Communion, union with divinity, is accomplished by means of food. Taking food into the body is a ritual way of absorbing the God into oneself. In this context, the woman's dream is especially poignant since her plastic esophagus interferes with the rite of communion. All eating is communion, feeding the soul as well as the body. Our cultural habit of eating fast food reflects our current belief that all we need to take into ourselves, both literally and figuratively, is plain food, not food of real substance and not the imagination of real dining. In another less literal sphere, we appropriate information in sound bites, another food image, instead of taking life in, digesting it, and making it part of us. Most of our science, physical and social, operates as if there were no interior life, or at least assumes that the interior life has little or nothing to do with the outside world. If the interior life is acknowledged, it is considered secondary, something to tend to once we have taken care of the real concerns of business or daily life. Culturally, we have a plastic esophagus, suited perhaps to fast food and fast living, but not conducive to soul, which thrives only when life is taken in a long, slow process of digestion and absorption. Psychological modernism. Professional psychology has created a catalog of disorders known as the DSM-3, which is used by doctors and insurance companies to help diagnose and standardize problems of emotional life and behavior with precision. There's a category called adjustment disorders. The problem is that adjusting to life, while perhaps sane to all outward appearances, may sometimes be detrimental to the soul. One day, I would like to make up my own DSM-3 with a list of disorders I have seen in my practice. For example, I would want to include the diagnosis psychological modernism, an uncritical acceptance of the values of the modern world. It includes blind faith in technology, inordinate attachment to material gadgets and conveniences, uncritical acceptance of the march of scientific progress, devotion to the electronic media, and a lifestyle dictated by advertising. This orientation toward life also tends toward a mechanistic and rationalistic understanding of matters of the heart. In this modernist syndrome, technology becomes the root metaphor for dealing with psychological problems. A modern person comes into therapy and says, "Look, I don't want any long-term analysis. If something is broken, let's fix it. Tell me what I have to do and I'll do it." Now, such a person is rejecting out of hand the possibility that the source of a problem in a relationship, for example, may be a weak sense of values or failure to come to grips with mortality. There's no model for this kind of thinking in modern life, where almost no time is given to reflection and where the assumption is that the psyche has spare parts, an owner's manual, and well-trained mechanics called therapists. Philosophy lies at the base of every life problem, but it takes soul to reflect on one's own life with genuine philosophical seriousness. The modernist syndrome urges people to buy the latest electronic gear and to be plugged in to news, entertainment, and up-to-the-minute weather reports. It's vitally important not to miss out on anything. I've seen some extreme examples, like one man who spends most of his day in front of several television monitors keeping track of events from around the world. He doesn't need all this information professionally, but he feels his life would be empty if he lets any gaps appear in his grasp of the news. A woman who manages a computer firm knows the very latest chemical and mechanical medical treatments. She can tell you the side effects of whatever pill you're taking. Yet in private, she feels overwhelmed by her failure to get her life on track and settled. Her sickness is not amenable to the literal medications she knows so well, because her ennui is a soul malady. There sometimes seems to be an inverse relationship between information and wisdom. We are showered with information about living healthfully, but we have largely lost our sense of the body's wisdom. We can tune into news reports and know what is happening in every corner of the world, but we don't seem to have much wisdom in dealing with these world problems. We have many demanding academic programs in professional psychology, and states often have rigid requirements for the practice of psychotherapy, and yet there is undoubtedly a severe dearth of wisdom about the mysteries of the soul. The modernist syndrome also tends to literalize everything it touches. For example, ancient philosophers and theologians taught that the world is a cosmic animal, a unified organism with its own living body and soul. Today we literalize that philosophy in the idea of the global village. The world soul today is created not by a demiurge or semi-divine creator as in ancient times, but by fiber optics. In the rural area where I live, you can see huge television reception dishes in the backyards of small homes, keeping villagers and country folk tuned into every entertainment and sports event on the earth. We have a spiritual longing for community and relatedness and for a cosmic vision, but we go after them with literal hardwire instead of with sensitivity of the heart. We want to know all about peoples from faraway places, but we don't want to feel emotionally connected to them. Our passion for anthropological knowledge is paradoxically xenophobic. Therefore, our many studies of world cultures are soulless, replacing the common bonding of humanity and its shared wisdom with bites of information that have no way of getting into us deeply, of nourishing and transforming our sense of ourselves. Soul, of course, has been extracted from the beginning because we conceive education to be about skills and information, not about depth of feeling and imagination. Retreat from the modern world. In the past, people concerned with soul often dealt with these problems in the modern world, which to some degree have been long with us, by seeking out a place of retreat. Jung provides a remarkable example of a person attuned to the soul who adjusted his life not to social reality, but to his feelings of longing and restlessness. In his memoirs, he tells how he built a stone tower as a dwelling for himself. It began as a primitive structure, and over many years grew into something more complicated. He says he didn't have any overall plan in mind from the beginning, but he found out that every 4 years he added to the building. Significantly to Jung, the number 4 symbolized wholeness. In the end, this tower became a sacred place, a place for his soul work, where he could paint on the walls, write his dreams, think his thoughts, enjoy his memories, and record his visions. The title of his memoirs, Memories, Dreams, Reflections, reveals the kind of work he accomplished in his tower retreat. I have done without electricity, he writes, and tend the fireplace and stove myself. Evenings, I light the old lamps, there's no running water, and I pump the water from the well I chop the wood and cook the food. These simple acts make men simple. And how difficult it is to be simple. The story of Jung's tower gives us several hints about how to care for the soul, especially when it is threatened by modern life. Whereas psychotherapy generally focuses on isolated personality problems and searches for specific solutions to them. Care of the soul concentrates on the everyday conditions of life. If an emotional problem presents itself, the real issue may not be some single trauma or troubled relationship. Maybe the issue is a life set up in such a way that soul is neglected habitually. Problems are part of every human life, and they do not necessarily wither the soul. The soul suffers more from the everyday conditions of life when they do not nourish it with the solid experiences it craves. Jung's tower was a personal temple for his spiritual life. Any of us could follow his example and dedicate a room or even a corner of the house for soul work. Jung's tower helped him create a certain kind of space where he could concretely feel his personal lifetime stretched at both ends, reflectively back into the past and prophetically into the future. His tower was a concrete work of imagination that gave him an exit from modern culture. It is one thing to wish for a way beyond the limits of modernism, and another to find an effective means of establishing such an awareness. An effective technology of the soul can be crucial. Jung remarked that in his tower he felt close to his ancestors. Another traditional concern of spirituality. In the winter of 1955-56, he writes, I chiseled the names of my paternal ancestors on 3 stone tablets and placed them in the courtyard of the tower. When I was working on the stone tablets, I became aware of the fateful links between me and my ancestors. I feel very strongly that I am under the influence of things or questions which were left incomplete and unanswered by my parents and grandparents and more distant ancestors. This remarkable passage demonstrates how much Jung's inner and outer worlds were in fruitful dialogue with each other. For him, to care for the soul meant building, painting, and carving. His tower stands as the embodiment of his inner urgency for simplicity and eternity. The tower is like a fragment from a dream externalized. Even in his professional writing, Jung took the lead from his soul, as when he launched into an extensive and demanding study of alchemy after a dream pointed him in that direction. Care of the soul asks us to observe its needs continually, to give them our wholehearted attention. Imagine advising someone with many signs of neglect of soul to build an annex on his house for soul work. It may seem strange or even crazy to do something so expensive and so external to deal with our psychological complaints. Yet it is obvious that soul is not going to be healed solely by means of 1 hour of interior retreat in the midst of an active modern life. Our retreat from the world may have to be more serious and more constantly present in our lives than a weekly counseling visit or an occasional camping trip. Getting away from the world has always been part of the spiritual life. Monks secluded themselves in monasteries, ascetics went into the desert, Native American initiates go off on vision quests. Jung's architectural retreat is another version of this archetypal theme, withdrawal from the world. I am not recommending going off to a monastery as a way of dealing with the modernist syndrome that so seriously threatens the life of the soul. Retreat itself can either be soulful or escapist. Some concrete physical expression of retreat, however, could be the beginning of a spiritual life that would nourish the soul. It could take the modest form of a drawer where dreams and thoughts are kept. It could consist of 5 minutes in the morning dedicated to writing down the night's dream or to reflect on the day ahead. It might be the decision to take a walk through the woods instead of touring the shopping mall. It might be keeping the television set in a closet so that watching it becomes a special occasion. It could be the purchase of a piece of sacred art that helps focus attention on spirituality. I know a neighborhood where a man leads a small group doing Tai Chi every morning in a small park. These are modest forms of retreat that serve the spiritual needs of the soul. Spirituality need not be grandiose in its ceremonials. Indeed, the soul might benefit most when its spiritual life is performed in the context it favors: ordinary, daily, vernacular life. But spirituality does demand attention, mindfulness, regularity, and devotion. It asks for some small measure of withdrawal from a world set up to ignore soul. Socially, we could also recognize the value of retreat in a public way. Parks and gardens could be protected at all costs by a city sensitive to the need of the soul for retreat. Public buildings could have places where workers and visitors could retreat momentarily as a part of their care of soul. It was said that in the war, Vietnamese refugees abandoned their homes with nothing in their hands but their little shrines. We could easily give more attention to the objects that focus our spirituality and keep it constant. But nothing we do along these lines will be meaningful unless we value soulfulness. We value soulfulness for its own sake. The rediscovery of spirituality. Another aspect of modern life is a loss of formal religious practice in many people's lives, which is not only a threat to spirituality as such, but also deprives the soul of valuable symbolic and reflective experience. Care of the soul might include a recovery of formal religion in a way that is both intellectually and emotionally satisfying. One obvious potential source of spiritual renewal is the religious tradition in which we were brought up. Some people are fortunate in that their childhood tradition is still relevant and lively to them, but others have to search. Many modern people feel detached from their family's religious tradition because it was a painful experience for them, or it seems just too naive and simple-minded. Even for these people, though, there's a way that the inherited religion may still be a source of renewed spirituality. Anyone can become a reformer, a Luther, or a Buddha in relation to their own family religion. When we look at the history of world religions, in almost every case we see a living tradition. The fundamental insights of every tradition are ever subjected to fresh imagination in a series of reformations. And what might otherwise be a dead tradition becomes the base of a continually renewing spiritual sensibility. The process is not unlike the work of Jesus, who made a new law out of the old by replacing the commandments of Mount Sinai with the softer beatitudes of his own Sermon on the Mount, or the many reformations within Judaism itself. It is like the emergence of Zen out of Taoism and Buddhism. An individual's life may reflect this cultural dynamic in religion, going through various phases, experiencing conflicting allegiances and convictions, and surviving radical reforms and reinterpretations. My own experience bears witness to this pattern of religious reformation. I was brought up in a fervent Irish Catholic family. I'm sure I was in first grade when the nuns decided I was good material for the priesthood. I did what I was told and got good grades. I became an altar boy, which placed me in close contact with the priests. Often in my grade school years I served as an altar boy at funerals, and then ate breakfast with a priest before riding to the cemetery. I was being prepared in subtle ways, and it seemed only natural to leave home at 13 to enter a prep seminary. I spent many years then singing Gregorian chant, meditating, and studying theology. I lived the religious life happily, not too worried about celibacy or not having a bank account. Following the will of my superiors was the most difficult thing, but my studies in theology were quite progressive. I was reading Paul Tillich and Teilhard de Chardin, more passionately than the typical seminary textbooks. My own theological views were reformed so much, in fact, during my last years of study, that shortly before I was to be ordained, I decided it was time for a major change. It was the late 60s, and revolutionary thought was in the air. I left the seminary with the thought that I would never again regard religion and the priesthood with such devotion. Not long afterward, I had an odd experience. I had been working in a chemical laboratory for the summer. I wore a white lab coat and mixed concoctions according to coded formulas I was given, but I knew nothing about what I was doing. Around me, however, were true chemists. One evening, at the end of the work day, a brilliant young chemist whom I didn't know well walked with me to the train station. We strolled along the tracks and talked about a variety of things. I told him about my seminary training and the new secularism I was enjoying. He stopped and looked at me closely. "You are always going to do the work of a priest," he said in a strange, prophetic tone. "But I was never actually a priest," I explained. "No matter," he said. "You will always do the work of a priest." I didn't know what he was getting at. He was a modern, no-nonsense scientist, yet he was talking like a psychic. "I don't understand," I said, standing on the tracks. "I've given up on the idea of priesthood. I don't feel any ambivalence. I'm glad to be starting a new life in a new world." "Don't forget what I'm saying today," he said. And then he changed the subject. I didn't forget. As the years go by, I understand his meaning more and more, although it's still a mystery. After that day in the lab, I went on to study music, but I felt something missing in those old musical scores I had to transcribe by the hour. I wandered for a year or so and then found myself getting a degree in a theology department of a nearby college. And one day, a professor approached me and suggested that I get a PhD in religion. "But I don't want to study formal religion any longer," I explained patiently. "I know a place," he said, "Syracuse University, where you can study it in the way you want to, with the arts and psychology all woven into it." 3 years later, I had my degree in religion, and I wondered then if this was what the chemist had in mind. It wasn't the priesthood, but it was close. Now, I find myself a practicing therapist, writing about transforming psychotherapy by recovering a religious tradition called care of the soul, which originally was the work of a curate or a priest. Even though my current work has nothing explicitly to do with the established church, it is deeply rooted in that tradition. Catholicism is being shaped and lived, for better or worse, in this so-called lapsed, I might say radically reformed Catholic. The teachings I grew up with and studied intensely have now been refined, tuned, and adjusted in a personal reformation that I by no means planned, but that apparently is being accomplished. Those teachings are the ultimate source of my own spirituality. Wedding spirituality and soul. In our spirituality, we reach for consciousness, awareness, and the highest values. In our soulfulness, we endure the most pleasurable and the most exhausting of human experiences and emotions. And these two directions make up the fundamental pulse of human life, and to an extent, they have an attraction to each other. No one needs to be told that we live in a time of materialism and consumerism, of lost values, and a shift in ethical standards. We find ourselves tempted to call for a return to old values and ways. It seems that in the past we were more religious as a people, and that traditional values had more influence throughout the society. But whether or not that is a blurry, nostalgic view of the past, we want to keep in mind Jung's warning about dealing with present difficulties by wishing for a return to former conditions. He calls this maneuver a regression restoration of the persona. Societies can fall into this defensive strategy, attempting to restore what is imagined to be a better condition from the past. The trouble is, memory is always part imagination, and tough times of another era are later unconsciously gilded into the good old days. If we can resist this temptation to improve the present by restoring the past, we can start to face our current challenges. It appears to me that we're not a society drifting away from spirituality at all. On the contrary, we are in a certain sense more spiritual than we need to be. The key to lost spirituality and numbing materialism is not merely to intensify our quest for spirituality, but to reimagine it. In the late 1400s, Ficino wrote in his Book of Life that spirit and body, religion and world, spirituality and materialism can all be trapped in a polarizing split. The more compulsively materialist we are, the more neurotic our spirituality will be, and vice versa. In other words, perhaps our madly consumerist society is showing signs of runaway spirituality in its tendencies toward an abstract and intellectualized approach to life. Ficino's recommendation for healing such a split is to establish soul in the middle, between spirit and body, as a way to prevent the two from becoming extreme caricatures of themselves. The cure for materialism, then, would be to find concrete ways of getting soul back into our spiritual practices, our intellectual life, and our emotional and physical engagements with the world. In the broadest sense, spirituality is an aspect of any attempt to approach or attend to the invisible factors in life and to transcend the personal, concrete, finite particulars of this world. Religion stretches its gaze beyond this life to the time of creation, what the scholar Mircea Eliade called in illo tempore, that other time outside our own reckoning, the time of myth. It also concerns itself with afterlife and with the highest values in this life. This spiritual point of view is necessary for the soul, providing the breadth of vision, the inspiration, and the sense of meaning it needs. Spirituality is not always specifically religious. Mathematics is spiritual in the broad sense, abstracting from the concrete details of life. A walk through the woods on a sunny fall day can be a spiritual activity, if only because it's a way of getting away from home and routine and being inspired by tall old trees and the processes of nature, which are far beyond human scale. Spirit, the Platonists said, lifts us out of the confines of human dimensions, and in doing so, nourishes the soul. The pursuit of intellectual and technical knowledge can be undertaken with an excessive fervor or monotheistic single-mindedness sometimes found in the spiritual life. Tracy Kidder's book, The Soul of a New Machine, doesn't really talk about the soul, but it does describe computer inventors and developers as dedicated, self-denying technicians who devote their lives, often to the detriment of their families, to their vision of a technological age. They are monks of the machine, caught up in the spirit of their work. Like monks of old, they can come to lead an ascetic life in an enthusiastic pursuit of a machine that reproduces as much of the natural world as possible in light and electronics. The computer itself, in its refinement of the concrete particulars of life to digital mathematics and light graphics, is, for better or worse, a kind of spiritualization or disembodiment of matter. Medieval monks, too, busied themselves in their own method of sublimating earthly life in intellectual knowledge and reading, copying books and tending to revered libraries. There are serious drawbacks to the soul in the abstraction of experience. The intellectual attempt to live in a known world deprives ordinary life of its unconscious elements, those things that we encounter every day but know little about. Jung equates the unconscious with the soul. And so when we try to live fully consciously in an intellectually predictable world, protected from all mysteries and comfortable with conformity, we lose our everyday opportunities for the soulful life. The intellect wants to know The soul likes to be surprised. Intellect, looking outward, wants enlightenment and the pleasure of a burning enthusiasm. The soul, always drawn inward, seeks contemplation and the more shadowy, mysterious experience of the underworld. James Hillman has observed that when our spirituality isn't sufficiently profound, it sometimes sneaks out a back door and takes on bizarre forms, all kinds of strange enthusiasms. We may go from substantive religious sensibility to cultish devotion. For centuries, for example, astrology was woven into the fabric of literature and religion. Jung wrote an entire volume on astrological factors in Christianity, whose beginnings coincided with the astrological age of Pisces, the fish. A history of sacred art shows astrological themes and images throughout, always connected to the mysteries expressed in dogma and ritual. But today, astrology takes its place beside the crossword puzzle in the newspaper. What was once a living mythology that could be included in religious art and theology is now a parlor game. This is one small example of how our spirituality has lost its depth and substance. In other words, in the language of Ficino, it no longer has soul. Fundamentalism and its cure, polytheism. Often when spirituality loses its soul, it takes on the shadow form of fundamentalism. I'm not referring to any particular group or sects, but to a point of view that can seize any of us about anything. One way to describe the nature of fundamentalism is through a musical analogy. If you go to a piano and strike a low C rather hard, you will hear, whether you know it or not, a whole series of tones. You hear the fundamental note clearly, but it would sound very strange if it didn't also include its overtones, C's and G's and E's and even B flat. I would define fundamentalism as a defense against the overtones of life, the richness and polytheism of imagination. My students in college were fundamentalists when they objected to discussing the subtle references, the overtones, in a Hemingway novel. A person is being a fundamentalist when he tells me his dream about a snake staring him in the face as it recites passages from the Song of Songs, is only a carryover of his previous day's experience of finding an earthworm in his backyard. Here we come upon an important rule, applicable to religious spirituality and to stories, dreams, and pictures of all kinds. The intellect wants a summary meaning, all well and good for the purposeful nature of the mind, but the soul craves depth of reflection, many layers of meaning, nuances without end, references and allusions and prefigurations. All these enrich the texture of an image or story and please the soul by giving it much food for rumination. Ruminating is one of the chief delights of the soul. Early Christian theologians discussed at length how a biblical text could be read at many levels at once. There were literal meanings and allegorical meanings, and meanings that were concerned with death and afterlife. They typically explained the story of the Exodus, for example, as an allegory about freeing the soul from imprisonment in sin. But this was not the only meaning of the story. This practice suggests an archetypal reading of the Bible, regarding its stories not as simplistic moral lessons or statements of belief, but as subtle expressions of the mysteries that form the roots of human life. A miracle story may not be a simple proof of Christ's divinity. The soul has little trouble accepting divinity, but may instead express some unfathomable truth about the ways of the soul. Is there a way that the soul can be fed as if with hundreds of loaves and fishes? Although in life there is apparently only one of each. Is there a way that marriage, all weddings take place in Cana, turns water into wine? From the point of view of soul, the many churches and innumerable understandings of Christianity are its richness, while any attempt to make all churches one may ultimately be a threat to the very life of the religion. It's interesting to remember that the Italian Renaissance received a major spark from a church council convened between the Eastern and Western churches. In the process of setting up the council, imaginative people from many different places met in Florence, and the cross-fertilization of ideas gave rise to yet another perspective on the Christian way of life, this time heavily influenced by exposure to Greek thought and magical practices. Pico della Mirandola, who benefited from the conversations occasioned by the council, decided to write a book called Poetic Theology. Cosimo de' Medici became interested in Egyptian theology of magic. The infinite inner space of a story, whether from religion or from daily life, is its soul. If we deprive sacred stories of their mystery, we are left with a brittle shell of fact, the literalism of a single meaning. But when we allow a story its soul, we can discover our own depths through it. Fundamentalism tends to idealize and romanticize a story, winnowing out the darker elements of doubt, hopelessness, and emptiness. It protects us from the hard work of finding our own participation in meaning and developing our own subtle moral values. The sacred teaching story, which has the potential of deepening the mystery of our own identity, instead is used defensively in fundamentalism to spare us the anxiety of being an individual with choice, responsibility, and a continually changing sense of self. The tragedy of fundamentalism in any context is its capacity to freeze life into a solid cube of meaning. There are many kinds of fundamentalism: Jungian Freudian, Democrat-Republican, rock, blues. One has to do with the way we understand the personal stories we tell. In this age of psychology, for example, many of us convince ourselves that we have certain troubles in our lives because of what happened to us in childhood. We take developmental psychology literally and blame our parents for everything we have become. The situation might change if we could see through those childhood stories, listen to them as myth, grasp their poetry, and hear the eternal mysteries singing through them. Recently, I ran into a small example of the kind of fundamentalism I'm talking about. I was sitting in my office when I answered the phone and heard a clear, steady voice say, "Hello, I'm an incest survivor, and I'd like to talk with you." Well, I was a bit stunned by the abruptness in the way this person identified herself. No name, no conversation, only this two-word category for explaining her life. Well, of course I realized that this person had suffered a painful experience, and I could appreciate the courage she brought to her admission, like someone struggling with alcohol saying, "I'm John and I'm an alcoholic." But I was taken as well by the way that she recited her first utterance to me. "I'm an incest survivor." In those opening words, she told me that she was identified with the story of incest. It sounded like a fundamentalist confession of faith. I wondered in those first few moments how, if this woman became a patient, we would deal with both her experience of incest and her fundamentalism. Without denying any of her pain and suffering, would she be able to see through her story of incest? Could she eventually become free to be an individual rather than the main character in a story from her childhood? Had she accepted a cultural definition of incest as inevitable psychological trauma and so made it into her myth? I have said that the soul is more interested in particulars than in generalities, and that is true of personal identity as well. Identifying with a group or a syndrome or a diagnosis is giving in to an abstraction. Soul provides a strong sense of individuality, personal destiny, special influences and background, and unique stories, in the face of overwhelming need for both emergency and chronic care. The mental health system labels people schizophrenics, alcoholics, and survivors so that it can bring some order to the chaos of life at home and on the street. But each person has a special story to tell, no matter how many common themes it contains. Therefore, care of the soul for such a person must begin in the simple telling of her story. I would want to hear it many times, in fact, in order to grasp its nuances. I thought this woman might benefit from noticing herself in her stories and losing some of her collective fundamentalist identity. How could she glimpse her own soul while she was busy screening her own mystery with the idea of surviving incest? I don't mean to diminish the importance of her experience, or even her belief that this event was singularly important in her development, but her story needed to be deepened, perceived in a more complicated manner, and reflected upon from many points of view, not only from the one that said, if you have experienced this, then you will be forever damaged. We all have fundamentalist stories about ourselves, tales we take literally and believe in devotedly. These stories are usually so familiar that it is difficult to see through them on our own. They are so convincing and believable that they lead to resolutions and axioms that are very much like religious moral principles, except that they have been developed individually. Like the early Christian theologians, we can open up these stories to reveal subtleties, their many layers of meaning, their nuances and contradictions, plot structures, genres, and poetic forms, not so they can be debunked or demythologized, but so they can reveal a much greater range of their meaning and value. Whether we are talking about religious stories or our own personal stories, the same problems often appear. What we too often hear are conclusions, a reduction of the rich details of a story to some overarching meaning or moral. In Jungian language, we could say we need to find the anima in these stories, their living, breathing soul. Bringing soul to a story entails demoralizing our images, letting them speak for themselves rather than for an ideology that restricts and slants them from the beginning. I've heard it said that Catholics don't need psychiatry because they go to confession. I suggest that a person who turns to the Bible as a compendium of insight into the nature of the soul does not need psychology. Generally, psychology is more abstract, less imagistic, more scientific, and less poetic than the Bible, and therefore has less promise for care of the soul. But to look at the Bible for moral certainty, for miraculous proofs of faith, or for avoidance of doubt and the anxiety in making difficult life choices, is very different from looking to it for insight. For the fundamentalist, the Bible is something to believe in. For the soul, it is a great stimulus for the religious imagination, for searching the heart for its deepest and most exalted possibilities. One day I expect an archetypal theology may show us the soul of religious texts from around the world. Now, the emphasis is on textual, historical, and structural studies, techno-spiritual issues. A few theologians have brought an archetypal imagination to biblical studies, but there is much more to be done. A book like Job, so loaded with themes and figures familiar to anyone who has had to deal with the question of innocence and suffering, has been opened up imaginatively in many dramatic versions of the story, and also in Jung's psychological study. But do we, as a Bible-based society, feel fully the reality of having been chased from Eden? Have we dared to speak with the snake of paradise? Do we recognize that snake in our families and in our cities? Is there any relation between it and some of the snakes that appear in our dreams? Do we even seriously consider that our dreams might have something inherently to do with the Bible or the Torah? The soul's complex means of self-expression is an aspect of its depth and subtlety. When we feel something soulfully, it is sometimes difficult to express that feeling clearly. At a loss for words, we turn to stories and images. Nicholas of Cusa concluded that we often have no alternative but to live with enigmatic images. Since soul is more concerned with relatedness than intellectual understanding, The knowledge that comes from soul's intimacy with experience is more difficult to articulate than the kind of analysis that can be done at a distance. Soul is also always in process, having its own principle of movement, so it is difficult to pin down with definition or a fixed meaning. When spirituality loses contact with soul and these values, it can become rigid, simplistic, moralistic, and authoritarian, qualities that betray a loss of soul. Ingmar Bergman's masterly film Fanny and Alexander shows this difference graphically. It contrasts the vitality of family life, colorful relatives, abundant food, festive celebration, mysteries, and shadow, with life under a rigid authoritarian bishop. The film's mood shifts from fun, intimacy, bawdiness, music, character, belonging, and a warm sense of home to a gray, depressive emphasis on rules, solitude, punishment, fear, emotional distance, violence, and the hope for escape. Obviously, it is not spirituality as such that is presented in the figure of the bishop, but rather a fundamentalist religious spirit cut off from the soul. For even the highest and strictest forms of spirituality can coexist with soulfulness. Thomas Merton, who lived in a hermitage, was known for his humor and laughter. St. Thomas More wore a hair shirt as part of his spiritual practice. Yet he was a man of wit, strong family feelings, deep involvement in law and politics, and warm friendship. The problem is never spirituality in itself, which is absolutely necessary for human life, but the narrow fundamentalism that arises when spirituality and soul are split apart. There are many different kinds of spirituality. The kind with which we are most familiar in the spirituality of transcendence, the lofty quest for the highest vision, universal moral principles, and liberation from many limitations of human life. Play the child's game of making a church with your fingers. Here's the church and here's the steeple. There, you have a simple image of transcendent spirituality. But open the door and here are all the people, and you see the inner multiplicity of the soul. This is like the statue that Plato describes, that on the outside is the face of a man, but once opened up, contains all the gods. A tree, an animal, a stream, or a wooded grove can all be the focus of religious attention. The spirituality of a place might be marked with a well or a drawing on the ground or a pile of stones. When we place historical markers on old battlefields or on homes where our ancestors were born or where George Washington slept, we are performing a genuine spiritual act. We are honoring the special spirit that is attached to a particular place. Family is also a source and focus of spirituality. In many traditions, a home shrine and special photographs honor family members who have passed on. Rites of family gatherings, visits, storytelling, photograph albums, keepsakes, and even tapes of elderly relatives recording their recollections can be spiritual acts that nourish the soul. Polytheistic religions, which see gods and goddesses everywhere, offer useful guidance toward finding spiritual values in the world. You don't have to be a polytheist in order to expand your spirituality in this way. In Renaissance Italy, leading thinkers who were pious and monotheistic in their Christian devotion still turned to Greek polytheism for a wider range of spirituality. We could learn from the Greeks, for example, to practice a spirituality of Artemis. She was the goddess of the forest, solitude woman, giving birth, young girls, and self-containment. Reading her stories and contemplating the many paintings and sculptures of her, we can learn some of the mysteries of nature, both in the world and in ourselves, and though through her we can be inspired to explore the mysteries and the ways of animals and plants, or to spend time away and alone, serving the solitude Artemis protects. Just knowing that there is a goddess who strongly protects against intrusion and violation might help nurture that spirit in our own lives and honor it in others. Polytheism also leads us to find spirituality where we least expect it, such as in an Aphroditic spirituality. We could discover that sex is a source of deep mysteries of the soul and is truly a holy thing and can be one of the fundamental experiences in the making of soul. Beauty, body, sensuality, cosmetics, adornment, clothes, and jewelry. The things we tend to treat in a secular fashion find religious import in the rites and stories of Aphrodite. If we can get past various fundamentalist attitudes about the spiritual life, such as attachment to a too simple code of morality, fixed interpretations of stories, and a community in which individual thinking is not prized, then many different ways of being spiritual come into view. We may discover that there are ways to be spiritual that do not counter the soul's needs for body, individuality, imagination, and exploration. Eventually, we might find that all emotions, all human activities, and all spheres of life have deep roots in the mysteries of the soul, and therefore are holy. Beauty and the reanimation of things. Attending a Roman Catholic Mass recently, I was struck by the translation of an ancient prayer I knew well from the old days when the Mass was sung in Latin. The exact translation of the prayer from the Latin is, "Lord, only say the word, and my soul shall be healed." The New English version is, "Lord, only say the word, and I shall be healed." It's a small difference, but a very telling one. We no longer make a distinction between soul and self. It could be tempting to place the idea of care of the soul in the category of self-improvement, which is much more of an ego project than is care of the soul. But the soul is not the ego. It is the infinite depth of a person and of a society, comprising all the many mysterious aspects that go together to make up our identity. The soul exists beyond our personal circumstances and conceptions. The Renaissance magus understood that our soul, the mystery we glimpse when we look deeply into ourselves, is part of a larger soul, the soul of the world, anima mundi. This world soul affects each individual thing, whether natural or human-made. You have a soul, the tree in front of your house has a soul, but so too does the car parked under that tree. To the modern person who may think of the psyche as a chemical apparatus, the body as a machine, and the manufactured world as a marvel of human brain power and technology, the idea of anima mundi might seem strange indeed. The best some forms of psychology can do, with our occasional intuitive sensation that all things are alive, is to explain the phenomenon as projection, the unconscious endowment of human fantasy onto an inanimate object. Inanimate means without anima, no anima mundi. The trouble with the modern explanation that we project life and personality onto things is that it lands us deeply in ego. All life and character comes from me, from how I understand and imagine experience. It is quite a different approach to allow things themselves to have vitality and personality. In this sense, care of the soul is a step outside the paradigm of modernism into something entirely different. My own position changes when I grant the world its soul. Then, as the things of the world present themselves vividly, I watch and listen. I respect them because I am not their creator and controller. They have as much personality and independence as I do. James Hillman and Robert Sardella, both of whom have written extensively about the world's soul in our own time, explain that objects express themselves not in language, but in their remarkable individuality. An animal reveals its soul in its striking appearance, in its life habits, and in its style. The things of nature similarly show themselves with extraordinary particularity. A river's power and beauty give it an imposing presence. A striking building stands before us as an individual every bit as soulful as we are. Everyone knows that we can be deeply affected by the things of nature. A certain hill or mountain can offer a deep emotional focus to a person's life, or to a family, or community. When my great-grandparents settled in upstate New York after emigrating from Ireland, they created a thriving small farm in the countryside. They raised many kinds of animals, sowed fields with a variety of crops, and planted and tended an orchard with great care. The house that they built was graceful to look at from the outside, and inside it was filled with old paintings and photographs. A player piano stood against the wall of a small parlor, and the kitchen served as the main social center. In front of the house were 2 grand chestnut trees that offered shade and beauty for the family and the many people who visited the farm for over 50 years. Not long ago, I joined up with some cousins and paid a visit to the old homestead, which had been sold to a man who wanted the land only for hunting. We found that the barn had fallen to the ground and was now completely hidden by brush, and even the house was no longer visible among the tall grasses that had grown up around its foundation. But a piece of the orchard was still visible, and the chestnut trees had not lost their nobility and kindliness. My cousins and I talked about those trees, and some of the people who had sat under them on a hot summer day, telling tall tales and innumerable stories about the past. I remembered an uncle making a slanted cut on a small twig from the tree, showing me the marks of the horseshoe nails in the cross-section, his explanation of why the tree was called a horse chestnut. If someone thinking of widening the road or building a new house should ever come to cut down those chestnut trees, it would be a painful loss for me and many members of my family, not just because the trees are symbols of time past, but because they are living beings, filled with beauty and surrounded by a huge aura of memory. In a real sense, they are part of the family, bound to us as individuals of another species, but not another community. Made things also have soul. We can become attached to them and find meaningfulness in them, along with deeply felt values and warm memories. A neighbor told me he wanted to move to a different town, but his children loved their house so much they wouldn't let him make the move. Now, we know these feelings of attachment to things, but we tend not to take them seriously and allow them to be part of our worldview. What if we took more seriously the capacity of things to be close to us, to reveal their beauty and expressive subjectivity? The result would be a soul ecology, a responsibility to the things of the world based on appreciation and relatedness, rather than on abstract principle. Our felt relationship to things wouldn't allow us to pollute or to perpetuate ugliness. We couldn't let a beautiful ocean bay become a sewer system for shipping and manufacturing because our hearts would protest this violation of soul. We can only treat badly those things whose souls we disregard. The attachment I am describing is not a sentimentalizing or idealizing of things, but rather a sense of a common life that extends to objects. Because the attachment is superficial, sentimentalizing nature can actually foster abuse of nature. It also seems possible to love the earth intellectually without feeling the emotional relationship. A real relationship with nature has to be fostered by spending time with it, observing it, and being open to its teachings. Any true relationship requires time, a certain vulnerability, and openness to being affected and changed. A deep ecological sensibility can come only from the deep soul, which thrives in community, in thinking that is not detached from the heart, and in relatedness to particulars. It's a simple idea. If you don't love things in particular, you cannot love the world. because the world doesn't exist except in individual things. Anima mundi refers to the soul in each thing, and therefore psychology, as a discipline of the soul, is properly concerned with things. Ultimately, then, the fields of psychology and ecology overlap because care of the world is attending to the soul that resides in nature as well as in human beings. Let's return to the word ecology. As we have already seen, oikos means home. Speaking from the point of view of soul, ecology is not earth science, it is home science. It has to do with cultivating a sense of home wherever we are, in whatever context. The things of the world are part of our home environment, and so a soulful ecology is rooted in the feeling that this world is our home and that our responsibility to it comes not from obligation or logic, but from true affection. Without a felt connection to things, we become numb to the world and lose that important home and family. The homelessness we see on our city streets is a reflection of a deeper homelessness we feel in our hearts. Homeless people embody a deprivation of soul which we all experience to the extent that we live in an inanimate world. Without the sense of a world soul to connect us to things, we assume that our loneliness has to do with other people, but it also comes from our estrangement from a world that we have depersonalized by our philosophies. We assume that homelessness has to do with economics, when it is more the mirror of the society and culture we have made. Care for our actual houses, then, however humble, is also care of the soul. No matter how little money we have, we can be mindful of the importance of beauty in our homes. No matter where we live in a neighborhood, and we can cultivate this wider piece of earth, too, as our home, as a place that is integrally bound to the condition of our hearts. Every home is a microcosm, the archetypal world embodied in a house, or a plot of land, or an apartment. Many traditions acknowledge the archetypal nature of a house with some kind of cosmic ornament, a sun and moon, a band of stars, a dome that obviously reflects the canopy of the sky. In its architecture and ornamentation, Shakespeare's Globe Theatre was the planet in miniature. Each of us lives in the Globe Theatre of our own homes. What happens to us there happens in our entire world. Marsilio Ficino recommended that we should all have images in our houses that remind us of our relationship to the cosmos. He suggested, for example, that we place either a model of the universe or an astrological painting on the ceiling of our bedroom. Not so long ago, we still carved moons into our outhouses. The Zuni Indians of New Mexico expressed the idea of the cosmic home in their mythology. In their creation story, the location of their village is found by a water strider, a bug. It stretches its body across the continent, and its heart rests at Zuni. We could all tell a similar myth of our own homes, about how they correspond to our beating animal hearts. When the Zuni sing about this middle place, they acknowledge the mystery that a real home is always at once a particular place in the entire world. When it rained at Zuni, they chant, it would rain all over the earth. This profound conception of our own homes and locales is the basis of a real soulful ecology. As long as the heart is involved, care of the place will follow. The psychopathology of things. If things have soul, then they can also suffer and become neurotic, and such is the nature of soul. Care of the soul, therefore, entails looking out for things, noticing where and how they are suffering, seeing their neuroses and nursing them back to health. Robert Sardello suggests that a building have a resident therapist to take care of it in its suffering. He's not talking about care for the human residents, but for the building itself. His suggestion implies that we don't usually concern ourselves with the state of things, and tolerate much more ugliness and neglect in the things of our society than we should endure, we don't seem to realize how much our own pain reflects the disease of our things. In the idea of anima mundi, there is no separation between our soul and the world soul. If the world is neurotic, we will share in that disorder. If we are depressed, it may be because we are living or working in a depressed building. Old illustrations like the charts of the 17th century Magnus Robert Flood show God tuning the great musical instrument of creation. On the strings of this great world guitar are angels, humans, and things. We all vibrate sympathetically like different octaves of the same tone, our human hearts pulsing in the same rhythms as those of the material and spiritual worlds. We participate in the fate and condition of our objects, just as they participate in ours. The question Sardello asks in the spirit of anima mundi is a challenging one. Is the cancer that afflicts our human bodies essentially the same as the cancer we see corroding our cities? Is our personal health and the health of the world one and the same? We tend to think that the world is our enemy, that it's full of poisons that attack us, seeding us with illness and death. But if the world's soul and our own souls are one, then as we neglect and abuse the things of the world, we are at the same time abusing ourselves. If we are to attempt to develop a sound practice of ecology, we need to tend our own inner pollutions at the same time. And if we are to attempt to clean up our personal lives through therapy or some other method, we will need at the same time to tend to the neurosis of the world and to the suffering of things. Care of the soul requires that we have an eye and an ear for the world's suffering. In many American cities, streets and open spaces are littered with abandoned refuse, old tires, appliances, furniture, paper, garbage, rusty automobiles. Houses are boarded up, windows are smashed, wood is rotting, weeds have grown wild. We behold such a scene and think, the solution is to solve the problem of poverty. But why not feel for the things themselves? We are seeing things in a suffering condition, sick, broken, and dying. The disease before us is our failure in relation to the world. What is it in us that can allow the things of the world to become so distressed and to show so many symptoms without a nursing response from us? What are we doing when we treat things so badly? The trashed out areas of our cities, the billboards on our highways that prevent us from seeing nature's beauty, the thoughtless destruction of buildings that have memory and are long past, and the construction of cheap housing and commercial buildings, these and countless other soulless ways of dealing with things indicate anger, a rage at the world itself. When our citizens spray paint a trolley or subway or a bridge or a sidewalk, clearly they are not just angry at society, they are raging at things. If we are going to understand our relationship with the things of the world, we have to find some insight into this anger. Because at a certain level, those people who are desecrating our public places are doing a job for us. We are implicated in their acting out. Why does our culture seem so angry at things? Why do we take out our frustrations upon the very things that could potentially make our world into a satisfying and comforting home? One answer may be that when we are cut off from soul and its sensitivity to great spans of time and even timeless elements, we long painfully for an ideal future and for immortality. Things have a different lifespan than humans. They can outlast many generations, Old buildings remind us of a past we were not part of. If we are identified with ego, then those pastimes are an affront to our desire for immortality. Henry Ford, a pioneer in efficient manufacturing, is supposed to have said that history is bunk. If our life efforts are directed toward making a new world, toward growth and constant improvement, then the past will be the enemy, a reminder of death. Concentration on growth and change erodes appreciation for the eternal realities, those parts of the self that transcend the limits of ego. But soul loves the past and doesn't merely learn from history. It thrives on the stories and vestiges of what has been. Prophecy, described by Plato and the Renaissance Platonists as one of the powers of soul, is a vision of life that embraces past, present, and future in a way that transcends ordinary awareness. But once we shift attention to care for the soul, rather than the ego, we have a way out of the bias of modernism, of living only for the day. A soul sensibility awakens an appreciation for old ways and ancient wisdom, for buildings that hold in their architecture and design the tastes and style of another era. Soul loves the past and doesn't merely learn from history. It feeds on the stories and vestiges of what was. We are also angry at things that we feel no longer serve us. Many of the rusting objects that pollute our city streets are outmoded or no longer functioning tools. If we define a thing only in terms of its function, when it no longer functions, we have no feeling for it. We discard it without a proper burial. And yet old things eventually reveal that they hold a great deal of soul. I live among many small old New England farms and frequently see, for example, an old horse-drawn rake sitting beautifully in a pasture, or an old barn leaning into the wind, or the shell of a once stately house transformed now into a splendid ruin. These bits of evidence of past times seem literally to glow with soul. J.B. Jackson, a historian of landscapes, makes a crucial point about such things in his essay, The Necessity for Ruins. Things in decay, he says, express a theology of birth, death, and redemption. In other words, our things, like us, have to die. We pretend to make things that will last forever, but we know that everything has a definite lifespan. I wonder if the trash that litters our cities and even the countryside isn't part of our attempts to outsmart death. We don't want things to die, and we are angry at them if they do, if they no longer function. In our anger, we don't give them a decent burial, yet their presence is a literal, inescapable reminder of decay. We don't honor the past, and so it presents itself with the face of our own anger, without human form and imagination. We fail to remember the days before us, and so the things of those days lie cluttering in our city streets. Jackson points out that a monument is a reminder. Our trash is a reminder, not yet healed by imagination, of the past we have neglected. The fundamental principle in care of the soul is that soul needs tending. If we do not tend to things in their suffering and decay, assuming that because they are not human, things don't suffer, then their death will press against us as literal and symptomatic. Their illness will appear to be human because, not believing that objects too can suffer breakdown, we will take that suffering upon ourselves. When things die to function, they can resurrect as images of history, and history is good food for the soul. We decorate our homes with antiques in a way of capturing soul, and museums are a focal point in our cities. In a world that denies death, vitality too may fade, for death and life are two sides of one coin, or death may appear in literal form. Our trash, for instance, has become so haunting and demonic that we no longer bury it. Its capacity to poison our world is becoming clearer, especially as we make things that have no death baked into them from the beginning. When we design things to be immortal, We are literalizing resurrection and immortality. When their usefulness has passed, things just won't go away. In an old movie starring Alec Guinness, The Man in the White Suit, a man invents a white suit that will never soil and never wear out. At first it seems like a triumph of technology and a gift to humankind, but soon it is revealed that this eternal suit is a curse, depriving workers of their livelihood and the process of manufacturing, which means, after all, working by hand, of its soul. Ruins, like the old farm equipment in my neighbor's pastures, show us that something remains of beauty in a thing when its function has departed. Soul is then revealed, as though it had been hidden for years under well-oiled functioning. Soul is not about function. It is about beauty and form and memory. When the artist Merritt Oppenheim got the crazy idea to line her teacup with fur, she was shocked to find her inspiration was thought to be a major artistic event, but she had found an elegant way to reveal the personality of the cup by eclipsing its function. Her revolutionary act was a breakthrough to soul, achieved by penetrating our dominant, blinding myth of use. Things suffer, as a person would, when they are reduced to their functions. Care of the world soul, therefore, requires that we see things less for what they can do and more for what they are. Art helps us in this by refraining things in an aesthetic context, whether it is Oppenheim's teacup lined with fur or Warhol's soup painted on canvas, or Albrecht Dürer's shoes and haystacks articulated with Zen-like immediacy. In order to care for the soul of things, therefore, we must pay attention to form as well as function, to decay as well as invention, and to quality as well as efficiency. The sacred arts of life. We can return now to one of Plato's expressions for care of the soul, techne tuibiou, or the craft of life. Care of the soul requires craft, techne, skill, attention, and art. To live with a high degree of artfulness means to attend to the small things that keep the soul engaged in whatever we are doing, and it is the very heart of soul-making. From some grand overview of life, it may seem that only the big events are ultimately important. But to the soul, the most minute details and the most ordinary activities carried out with mindfulness and art have an effect far beyond their apparent insignificance. Art is not found only in the painter's studio or in the halls of a museum. It also has its place in the store, the shop, the factory, and at home. In fact, when art is reserved as the province of professional artists, a dangerous gulf develops between the fine arts and the everyday arts. The fine arts are elevated and set apart from life, becoming too precious and therefore irrelevant. Having banished art to the museum, we fail to give it a place in ordinary life. One of the most effective forms of repression is to give a thing excessive honor. Even in our art schools, a technical viewpoint is often dominant. The young painter learns about materials and schools of thought, but not about the soul of his vocation or the deeper significance of the content of his artwork. A voice major in a university music department expects to become an artist, but in her first lesson, she is hooked up to an oscilloscope that will measure the parameters of her voice and indicate areas to be improved. The soul makes a quick exit before these purely technical approaches to learning. The arts are important for all of us, whether or not we ourselves practice a particular discipline. Art, broadly speaking, is that which invites us into contemplation, a rare commodity in modern life. In that moment of contemplation, art intensifies the presence of the world. We see it more vividly and more deeply. The emptiness that many people complain dominates their lives comes in part from a failure to let the world in, to perceive it and engage it fully. Naturally, we'll feel empty if everything we do slides past without sticking. As we have seen, art arrests attention, an important service to the soul. Soul cannot thrive in a fast-paced life because being affected, taking things in and chewing on them, requires time. Living artfully, therefore, might require something as simple as pausing. Some people are incapable of being arrested by things because they are always on the move. A common symptom of modern life is that there is no time for thought, or even for letting impressions of a day sink in. Yet it is only when the world enters the heart that it can be made into soul. The vessel in which soul-making takes place is an inner container scooped out by reflection and wonder. There is no doubt that some people could spare themselves the expense and trouble of psychotherapy simply by giving themselves a few minutes each day for quiet reflection. This simple act would provide what is missing in their lives, a period of non-doing that is essential nourishment to the soul. Akin to pausing, and just as important in care of the soul, is taking time. I realize these are extremely simple suggestions, but taken to heart, they could transform a life by allowing soul to enter. Taking time with things, we get to know them more intimately and to feel more genuinely connected to them. One of the symptoms of modern soullessness, an alienation from nature and things as well as from our fellow human beings, might be overcome if we took time with whatever we are dealing with. Living artfully might require taking the time to buy things with soul for the home. Good linens, a special rug, or a simple teapot can be a source of enrichment not only in our own life, but also in the lives of our children and grandchildren. The soul basks in this extended sense of time. But we can't discover the soul in a thing without first taking time to observe it and be with it for a while. This kind of observation has a quality of intimacy about it. It's not just studying a consumer guide for factual and technical analysis. Surfaces, textures, and feel count as much as efficiency. Certain things stimulate the imagination more than others, and that very blossoming of fantasy might be a sign of soul. An airline executive once talked to me about the struggle he was having in deciding between two jobs that had opened up for him. One was full of prestige and power, while the other was comfortable, but quite ordinary. The first he felt he should consider because it was highly prized among his peers, but his thoughts about it were dry. The second one he imagined all day long. In his mind he had already begun to design his office and set his schedule. From the richness of his imagination of it, it was quite clear that the more lowly job appealed to his soul. The ordinary arts we practice every day at home are of more importance to the soul than their simplicity might suggest. For example, I can't explain it, but I enjoy doing dishes. I've had an automatic dishwasher in my home for over a year now, and I've never used it. What appeals to me as I think about it is the reverie induced by going through the ritual of washing, rinsing, and drying. Marie-Louise von Franz, the Swiss Jungian author, observes that weaving and knitting, too, are particularly good for the soul because they encourage reflection and reverie. I also cherish the opportunity to hang clothes on a line outdoors. The fresh smell, the wet fabrics, the blowing wind, and the drying sun go together to make an experience of nature and culture that is unique and particularly pleasurable for its simplicity. Deborah Hunter, a photographer, made a study several years ago of clothes on a line tossed by the wind, and there was an element in these photographs, difficult to name, that touched upon vitality, the deep pleasures of ordinary life, and unseen forces of nature, all of which can be found around the house. In a book not yet published, Jean Lal, the astrologer, observes that daily life at home is full of epiphanies. Within our daily experience, she writes, as keepers of home and gardens, the spirits still move and speak if we but attend. They slip in through the cracks, making themselves felt in little breakdowns in appliances, unplanned sproutings in the flower beds, and sudden moments of blinding beauty, as where sunlight glances across a newly waxed table, or the wind stirs clean laundry into fresh choreography. Many of the arts practiced at home are especially nourishing to the soul because they foster contemplation and demand a degree of artfulness, such as arranging flowers, cooking, and making repairs. I have a friend who is taking time over several months to paint a garden scene on a low panel of her dining room wall. And sometimes these ordinary arts bring out the individual so that when you go into a home, you can see the special character of your hosts in a particular aspect of their home. Attending to the soul in these ordinary things usually leads to a more individual life, if not to an eccentric style. One of the things I love to do on a free afternoon is to visit Sleepy Hollow Cemetery in Concord, Massachusetts. On a small, knobby hill deep in the cemetery is Emerson's grave, marked by a large red-streaked boulder that contrasts with the typical gray rectangular gravestones all around him. Thoreau and Hawthorne lie a short distance away. For any who love Emerson's writing, this place is filled with soul. To me, his remarkable gravestone reflects his love of nature and mirrors both his greatness of soul and the irrepressible eccentricity of his imagination. The particular thrust of nature and the presence of a community of writers buried together make the place truly sacred. When imagination is allowed to move to deep places, the sacred is revealed. The more different kinds of thoughts we experience around a thing, and the deeper our reflections go as we are arrested by its artfulness, the more fully its sacredness can emerge. It follows then that living artfully can be a tonic for the secularization of life that characterizes our time. We can, of course, bring religion more closely in tune with ordinary life by immersing ourselves in formal rituals and traditional teachings, but we can also serve religion's soul by discovering the natural religion in all things. The route to this discovery is art, both the fine arts and those of everyday life. If we could loosen our grip on the functionality of life and let ourselves be arrested by the imaginal richness that surrounds all objects, natural and human-made, we might ground our secular attitudes in a religious sensibility and give ordinary life soul. I'm suggesting that we consider sacredness from the point of view of soul rather than spirit. From that angle, the sacred appears when imagination achieves unusual depth and fullness. The Bible, the Quran, Buddhist writings, and ritual books of all religions move us to imagine with exceptional range and depth. They bring us into wonder about the cosmos, about the far reaches of time past and present, and about ultimate values. But in a less formal way, any source of imagination that approaches this richness and depth helps create a religious sensibility. When they expose the deep images and themes that course through human life, so-called secular literature and art serve the religious impulse. The medieval idea about learning, that theology is the ultimate science and all the others are ancillary, in humble service, is to me absolutely correct. Every issue, no matter how secular it appears to be, has a sacred dimension. If you press anything far enough, you will come up against either the holy or the demonic. Our secular sciences of physics, sociology, psychology, and the rest stop short of theological categories, thus preserving their scientific objectivity, but also losing soul. Religious sensibility and soul are inseparable. I'm not saying that any particular religious affiliation or belief is essential to soul, but that a solid, palpable, and intellectually satisfying appreciation of the sacred is a sine qua non of living soulfully. The theme requires a book of its own, but suffice it to say that theology is of concern for everyone because our most ordinary experiences touch upon issues of such immense depth that they can only be considered religious. Recall Nicholas of Cusa's observation that God is the minimum as well as the maximum. The small things in everyday life are no less sacred than the great issues of human existence. Becoming the artists and theologians of our own lives, we can approach the depth that is the domain of soul. When we leave art only to the accomplished painter and the museum instead of fostering our own artful sensibilities through them, then our lives lose opportunities for soul. The same is true when we leave religion to church on the weekend. Then religion remains on the periphery of life, even if it is an exalted periphery, and life loses opportunities for soul. Fine art, like formal religion, is at times quite lofty, while soul, in any context, its lowercase, ordinary, daily, familial, and communal, felt, intimate, attached, engaged, involved, affected, ruminating, stirred, and poetic. The soul of a piece of art is known intimately, not remotely. It is felt, not just understood. So, too, the soul of religion lies in an immediate acquaintance with the angelic and the demonic. It is a daily involvement in mysteries and a personal quest for a corresponding ethic. Without soul, religion's truths and moral principles might be believed in, perhaps, and discussed, but they are not taken truly to heart and lived from the core of one's being. Dreams, a royal road to soul. Care of the soul involves work, in the alchemical sense. It is impossible to care for the soul and live at the same time in unconsciousness. Sometimes soul work is exciting and inspiring, but often it is also challenging, requiring genuine courage. Rarely easy, work with the soul is usually placed squarely in that place we would rather not visit, in that emotion we don't want to feel, and in that understanding we would prefer to do without. The most honest route may be the most difficult to take. It is not easy to visit the place in ourselves that is most challenging and to look straight into the image that gives us the most fright. Yet there, where the work is most intense, is the source of the soul. Since we never want to take up the piece of our emotion that is most in need of attention, I usually recommend to my patients that they give increased awareness to their dreams, for there they will find images that in waking life are very difficult to face. Dreams truly are the mythology of the soul, and working with them forms a major piece in the project of making life more artful. As a visit to any bookstore will demonstrate, there are many approaches to working with dreams. I'd like to make a few concrete suggestions about what I consider key attitudes and strategies in dealing with dreams in a manner that preserves their integrity, allows meaning to emerge, and generally serves care of the soul. Therapeutic work with dreams could be a model for less formal habits of giving dreams a serious place in our ordinary lives. When a person comes to me for an hour of therapy, I like to hear a dream or two early in the session. I don't like to listen to a dream and then immediately reach for an interpretation. It's better to let the dream lead us into new territory than to master the dream and figure it out at once. After the dream has been told, we might go on to talk about the person's life, since the therapy is almost always concerned with life situations. I may notice ways in which the dream offers us images and a language for talking about life with depth and imagination. Instead of trying to figure out the dream, we are letting the dream figure us out, allowing the dream to influence and shape our way of imagining. Usually the main problem with life conundrums is that we don't bring to them enough imagination. We understand our difficulties literally and look for literal solutions, which rarely work precisely because they are part of the problem: lack of imagination. Dreams offer a fresh point of view. In therapy, it's tempting for both therapist and patient to translate a dream into theories and rationalizations that merely support the ideas of the therapist or the problematical attitudes of the patient. It's much better to let the dream interpret us, rather than for us to become clever in interpreting the dream in ways most compatible with our existing ideas. It is my experience that a dream reveals itself to the patient and the therapist slowly, gradually. I hear the dream and usually have a few impressions and ideas come to the surface immediately, but there might also be a great deal of confusion about the imagery. I try to hold back my need to overcome a dream with meaning. I tolerate its mood and let its puzzling imagery confound me, turn me away from my convictions in order to consider its mystery. Having patience with dreams is extremely important and is more effective in the long run than any exercise of knowledge, techniques, and tricks. The dream reveals itself on its own timetable, but it does reveal itself. It's important to trust your intuitions, which are not the same as your intellectual interpretations. For example, sometimes a person will tell me a dream and immediately recommend a way of understanding it or offer a bias toward one of the characters. A woman, for instance, relates a dream in which she has absent-mindedly left her front door open, allowing a man to sneak into her house. "It was a nightmare," she says. "I think the dream is telling me that I'm not careful enough and about keeping myself protected. I'm too open." You see, I'm given a dream and an interpretation. Even though I have considerable experience working with dreams and have been trained not to buy into whatever idea a patient gives me, I'm sometimes unconsciously affected by the interpretation. It's so reasonable. Of course, she is too vulnerable and threatened by an intruder, but then I remember my first rule: trust your intuitions. I wonder if the accidental opening in the door might not be a good thing for this person. The opening may allow new personalities to enter her living space. I'm also aware that the unintentional may not be unintended at all. Someone else besides the I may wish to leave the door open. The crack in the door may be an accident only to the ego. There is often an apparent collusion between the dream ego and the waking dreamer. As the dreamer tells the dream, she may slant her story in the direction of the I in the dream, thus convincing the listener to take a certain position in relation to the figures in the dream. Therefore, perhaps sometimes too much in compensation, I like to assume a rather perverse attitude when I hear the dream. I make a point of considering an angle different from the dreamer's. To put it more technically, I assume that in the telling of the dreamer may be locked in the same complex as is the dreamer ego. If I simply accept what the dreamer tells me, I may get caught in the dreamer's complex, and then I'm of no use. So I say to this dreamer, maybe it's not so bad that your usual thought about closing doors failed in this case. Maybe it allowed an entry that will prove to be beneficial. At least we can keep an open mind. Speaking for other figures in the dream, sometimes against the bias of the dreamer, can open up a perspective on the dream that is extraordinarily revealing. Care of the soul, remember, does not necessarily mean care of the ego. Other characters may need acceptance and understanding. We may need to consider objectionable actions and characters as somehow necessary and even valuable. A woman who is a writer tells a dream in which she catches a friend of hers smearing crayons all over the dreamer's typewriter. "It was an awful dream," she said, "and I know what it means. My inner child is always interfering with my adult work. If only I could grow up." Notice that this person, too, is quick to move toward interpretation. More than that, she wants me to take a certain position in relation to her dream. In a very subtle way, this desire is a defense against the otherness of the dream, its challenge. Soul and ego are often in a struggle, which is sometimes mild and sometimes savage. So I'm careful not to assume that she is right about the content of the dream. Was your friend in the dream a child? I ask. No, she was an adult. She was the age she is in life. Then why do you think she's being childish? Crayons are a childish thing, she says, as if stating the obvious. Can you tell me something about this friend of yours? I'm trying to break free of her strong views about her dream. She's very seductive, always wearing outlandish clothes, bright colors and always low cut. Is it possible, I say, taking a leap on the basis of her association, that this colorful, sensual woman could be adding color, body, and some positive qualities of the child to your writing? I suppose it's possible, she says, still unconvinced by this affront to her more satisfying interpretation. One of the things that turned me away from her reading of the dream, apart from the general principle that we should avoid getting caught in the dream's ego complexes, was the negative narcissism in her judgment about the child. She didn't want to accept her own childlike ways. Once we moved away from her attachment to her usual way of thinking about herself, an attitude that strongly colored her own thoughts about the dream, we could go on to consider some truly fresh ideas about her life situation and her personal habits. I'm going into some detail about dreams not only because they give us a great deal of insight into our habits and our nature, but also because the way we relate to our dreams can be indicative of our way of dealing with all kinds of things, including our interpretations of the past, our current situation and problems, and the culture in the larger sense. For example, another rule of thumb about dreams is that there is never a single definitive reading. At another time, the same dream might reveal something altogether new. I like to treat dreams as if they were paintings, and paintings as if they were dreams. A Monet landscape might mean something different to various people who contemplate it. It might evoke entirely different reactions in the same person at different viewings. Over many years, a good painting will retain its power to mesmerize, satisfy, and evoke new reverie and wonder. The same is true with dreams. A dream may survive a lifetime of neglect, or an onslaught of interpretations, and remain an icon and a fertile enigma for years of reflection. The point in working with a dream is never to translate it into a final meaning, but always to give it honor and respect, drawing from it as much meaningfulness and imaginative meditation as possible. Entering a dream should revitalize the imagination, not keep it in fixed and tired habits. A simple but effective approach in working with images, whether they are from dreams, art, or personal stories, is never to stop listening to them and exploring them. Why do we listen to Bach's St. Matthew Passion more than once? Because it is the nature of a work of art, of any image, to reveal itself endlessly. And one of the methods I use in therapy and in teaching is to listen to a reading of a dream or a story and say, when it is finished, all right, let's try that again, differently. The soul arts. Care of the soul may take the form of living in a fully embodied imagination, being an artist at home and at work. You don't have to be a professional in order to bring art into care of the soul. Anyone can have an art studio at home, for instance, like Jung, Black Elk, and Ficino. We could decorate our homes with images from our dreams and waking fantasy. One of my own forms of expression is to play the piano in times of strong emotion. I remember well the day Martin Luther King Jr. was killed. I was so overwhelmed that I went to the piano and played Bach for 3 hours. The music gave form and voice to my scrambled emotions, without explanations and rational interpretations. The stuff of the world is there to be made into images that become for us tabernacles of spirituality and containers of mystery. If we don't allow soul its place in our lives, we are forced to encounter these mysteries in fetishes and symptoms, which in a sense are pathological art forms, the gods in our diseases. The example of artist teaches us that every day we can transform ordinary experience into the material of soul, in diaries, poems, drawings, music, letters, and watercolors. In a letter on soul-making to his brother, George, Keats describes the process of transforming world into soul with the image of a school. I will call the world a school instituted for the purpose of teaching little children to read. I will call the human heart the hornbook used in that school, and I will call the child able to read the soul made from that school in its hornbook. Do you not see how necessary a world of pains and troubles is to school and intelligence and make it a soul? As we read our experiences and learn to express them artfully, we are making life more soulful. Our homely arts arrest the flow of life momentarily so that events can be submitted to the alchemy of reflection. In a letter to a friend, we can deepen the impressions of experience and settle them in the heart, where they can become the foundation for soul. Our great museums of art are simply a grand model for the more modest museum that is our home. There is no reason not to imagine our own homes as a place where the muses can do their work of inspiration daily. Care of the soul is not a project of self-improvement nor a way of being released from the troubles and pains of human existence. It is not at all concerned with living properly or with emotional health. These are the concerns of heroic, Promethean life. Care of the soul touches another dimension, in no way separate from life, but not identical either with the problem-solving that occupies so much of our consciousness. We care for the soul solely by honoring its expressions, by giving it time and opportunity to reveal itself, and by giving life in a way that fosters the depth, interiority, and quality in which it flourishes. Soul is its own purpose and end. To the soul, memory is more important than planning, art more compelling than reason, and love more fulfilling than understanding. We know we are well on the way towards soul when we feel attachment to the world and the people around us, and when we live as much from the heart as from the head. We know soul is being cared for when our pleasures feel deeper than usual, when we can let go of the need to be free of complexity and confusion, and when compassion takes the place of distrust and fear. Soul is interested in the differences among cultures and individuals, and within ourselves, it wants to be expressed in uniqueness, if not in outright eccentricity. Therefore, when in the midst of my confusion and my stumbling attempts to live a transparent life, I am the fool, and not everyone around me, then I know I am discovering the power of the soul to make a life interesting. Ultimately, care of the soul results in an individual I never would have planned for or maybe even wanted. By caring for the soul faithfully every day, we step out of the way and let our full genius emerge. Soul coalesces into the mysterious philosopher's stone, that rich, solid core of personality the alchemists sought, or it opens into the peacock's tail, a revelation of the soul's colors and a display of its dappled brilliance.